Yes, all right.
Do you mind calling over and having them swear everybody in?
Yeah.
All right, everyone. Let's go on.
All rise.
Todo el mundo de pie.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Mr. Moore, before you get started, please raise your right hand. You swear to interpret from English to Spanish to the best of your ability.
I do, Your Honor. My name is Juan Morin, Senior, Certified Spanish Code Interpreter. Good morning, everyone.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Juro o afirma el testimonio que están a acabar será la verdad, toda la verdad, nada más que la verdad, en voz alta, ¿sí? Can't hear him, but...
All right. I hear a lot of I do's. Great. Be seated. Let's go ahead and call the individual. I have Lisa Johnston, M2529720. Wow.
Coming up, Your Honor.
Well, let's go ahead and get appearances, please. Where's the PD?
Here for the record. Okay. Hunter, A.C. Hunter Wiles, for the record.
All right. Do we have any PDs?
They're here, Your Honor.
Where?
I see Miss Corey is on the screen, but she's muted.
Miss Corey's for felonies. I think it's Miss Renee Gordon.
Oh, Gordon.
You
Renee.
She's coming.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Miss Gordon.
Oh no, it's not Miss Gordon. We're waiting for the DV public defender. It's not going to be Miss Gordon. She's only going to do misdemeanors.
So where is it?
He's not here, Your Honor. I don't know where he is or she. I'm sorry.
Okay, I need to get these moving. Oh, I can't hear you.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Judge. We apologize. We are waiting for the DV person to start. The DV PD is not here, but if he doesn't come in the next 3 minutes, I'll do it so that this court can.
Thank you.
I don't have, now I need my DV. Where's the DV paperwork? If I'm gonna do it, I need everything.
It's the same case or all co-defendant?
He just got here.
Yeah, he's here. So I don't have to do it. No, I don't have it. I was gonna pay for it.
Mr. Taylor, you ready?
Good morning, Judge. Yes, we're ready.
Good morning, sir. All right, I have Lisa Johnson, M259720. Ms. Johnston, you were charged in this case with 1 count of battery employing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing.
I'm sorry, you broke up. I was charged with
1 count of battery, man. Okay. Any problem with cause argument?
No, Judge.
when I have okay, sorry, it's just a little hard to hear sometimes. Okay.
I am finding probable cause at this time. State what you're requesting.
Standard bond, Your Honor.
Wait, can I
Any
explain?
objection to standard bond?
Not right now.
Okay.
Any objection to standard bond, Mr. Taylor?
No objection.
$1,000 standard bond. I'm also going to enter a stay order. Ms. Johnson, I want you to pay very close attention to me because the following conditions will apply upon your release from custody. You don't have to engage in any criminal activity. You don't have to use or possess any illegal drugs. You don't have to use, purchase, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, or ammunition. Any that you have must be immediately surrendered to the nearest police department upon your release from custody, and a receipt must be filed with the court. You are prohibited from having any direct or indirect contact with Nicole Johnston. That contact includes in person, in writing, through third parties, through social media, or through any other means. You are to stay 500 feet away from her person, her place of employment, her residence, or anywhere she may be. Do you need to return to the residence to get your stuff?
So I am,
Do you need to go?
I do.
Yes, Judge.
Okay. I'm going to allow you to return to the property one time accompanied by a law enforcement officer. It's incumbent upon you to coordinate that visit within 48 hours of your release. Do you understand?
Yes.
Do you have any questions with respect to anything I've just said?
No.
All right, man. Thank you.
Call our office. If you have any questions, somebody's walking up.
Bruna Benny Chan, M259811. All right, Ms. Venichan, you were charged in this case with 1 count of battery. I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing. Any probable cause argument, Mr. Taylor?
No, Judge.
I am finding probable cause at this time. Ma'am, actually state, are you requesting standard bond? All right, Mr. Taylor?
No objection.
All right. It's going to be a $1,000 standard bond. I'm also entering a stay order in this case. So, Ms. Venichan, I want you to pay very close attention to me because the following conditions will apply upon your release from custody. You understand?
Yes, sir.
You are not to engage in any criminal activity. You are not to use or possess any illegal drugs. You are not to use, purchase, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, or ammunition. Any that you have must be immediately surrendered to the nearest police department upon your release from custody, and a receipt must be filed with the clerk. You are also prohibited from having any direct or indirect contact with the alleged victim in this case, which is Jason Nicase. That includes in person, in writing, through third parties, through social media, through any means. You are to stay at least 500 feet away from him, his person, his place of employment, or anywhere he may be. Since you do not live together, I will not let you return to the property at this time. Do you understand everything that I have said?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you have any questions, ma'am?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Efrain Almazan, M259746.
Your Honor, Mr. Almazan has a vote for immigration.
Español, inglés,
Spanish and the Spanish interpreter is present.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Almazan, you were charged with 1 count of domestic violence battery. I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing.
Señor Almazán, usted ha sido acusado de un cargo de agresión física en violencia doméstica. Le ha asignado al abogado de oficio a que le represente para el propósito de esta audiencia en el día de hoy.
Mr. Taylor, any probable cause argument?
No, Judge.
Sin ningún argumento de causa razonable.
I am finding probable cause. State's requesting a standard bond of $1,000. Mr. Taylor, any objection?
Muy bien. Falla al juez que hay motivo fundado. La fiscalía pide la fianza por norma $1,000. ¿Alguna objeción? No.
To be a $1,000 standard bond plus a stay waiver. Sir, you also have an immigration hold. All right, which means you probably won't be released until immigration checks off. However, I want you to pay very close attention to me because the following conditions will apply upon your release from custody if you're released.
Muy bien, señor. Usted también tiene un aguante de migración, lo cual significa que hasta que no lidie con eso no va a poder salir. Pero sin embargo, quiero que usted me escuche cuidadosamente a las condiciones que tiene que regirse cuando salga de esta orden de alejamiento. Escuche todas esas condiciones.
You are not to engage in any criminal activity. You are not to use or possess any illegal drugs.
No se puede involucrar en ninguna actividad penal, ni puede usar ni poseer ninguna drogas ilegales.
You are not to use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, guns, weapons, or ammunition. Any that you have must be immediately surrendered to the nearest police department upon your release from custody, and a receipt must be filed with the court.
Usted no puede usar, poseer, comprar, ni portar ningún arma de fuego ni municiones. Si usted tiene algo de eso, inmediatamente cuando lo suelten, tiene que ir a la jefatura de policía más cercana, entregarlo y presentar ese recibo al tribunal.
You are prohibited from having any direct or indirect contact with the alleged victim, in this case, Jimena Campos Quesada. That includes in person and writing, through third parties, through social media, or through any other means.
Usted es prohibido de tener ningún contacto, sea directo o indirecto, con la señora Quesada. Eso significa a través de llamadas telefónicas, mensajes de texto, correo electrónico, cualquier artefacto electrónico y ningún mensaje a través de terceras personas.
You are to stay at least 500 feet away from her, her person, her place of employment, her residence, or anywhere she may be.
Tiene que mantener su mínimo 500 pies de ella, el sitio donde ella trabaja, donde vive, la escuela, cualquier sitio donde ella se encuentre.
Do they reside together?
¿Viven juntos ustedes?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to allow you to return to the property one time accompanied by a law enforcement officer. It is incumbent upon you to coordinate that visit within 48 hours of your release from custody, and they will accompany you to the residence to retrieve your personal belongings.
Señor, yo le voy a permitir que usted regrese una vez a esa vivienda compartida, acompañado por un policía. Es su responsabilidad cuando lo suelten coordinar con el policía para que la acompañe a recoger sus pertenencias personales. Tiene un marco de 48 horas de cuando le dejen salir bajo libertad.
Puede ser cualquier oficial. ¿Usted asigna el oficial, juez?
Can it be any officer?
You have to go to the nearest police department to your property, to the residence.
Señor, tiene que ir a la estación de policía, la jefatura más cercana a la casa donde usted vive y pedir ahí que la acompañen. Lleva la orden.
All right.
Call our office if you have any questions.
Si tiene alguna pregunta, llama a la oficina al abogado oficial. Él acaba de dar ese papel.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Hasta luego.
Robles Nieves, M259812 and M259805.
Michael? Yes. English, Spanish? Yeah, not English. English time? Okay.
All right, sir. In the case ending 805, you were charged with one count of violation of domestic violence injunction. And the case ending 812, you were charged with also three counts. So one count in the first one and three counts on the second one of violation of domestic violence injunction. I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing. Any probable cause argument?
On the, there's no argument.
I am finding, there's several, okay. I am finding probable cause as to both cases. State, what are you requesting?
Elevated bond, Your Honor.
Of how much?
Okay. For the standard. Standard is.
You said.
Yeah, 5,000.
On collectively?
Your Honor, it would be 1,000 per, or we could break it down 1,000 per count.
Okay, well, that would be 4,000.
Yep.
Okay, it's gonna be 1,000 per count plus house arrest. Is he, are you employed, sir?
No.
House arrest level 2,
Oh,
as to each count.
level 2 allows you to work, okay, so if you get a job, you can still
Yeah,
work.
I'm disabled.
All right.
Yeah, no, that's right. No, no.
All right, sir, I'm also entering some stay-away orders.
What?
I'm also entering some stay-away orders. You already have a permanent injunction, so you should not be talking to these people. However,
Don't say
However, I want you to pay very close attention to me because upon your release from custody, these conditions will apply to you. And if you violate this, then you could be held in contempt of court and you could be held no bond. You don't have to engage in any criminal activity. You don't have to use or possess any illegal drugs. You don't have to use, purchase, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, or ammunition. Any that you have must be immediately surrendered to the nearest police department upon your release from custody, and a receipt must be filed with the court. You are also prohibited from having any direct or indirect contact with the alleged victims in each of these cases. I have JR, born January 8th, 2016. MR, born August 19th, 2017. MR, born May 19th, 2012. 2012.
Yeah,
Okay.
those are my kids. Don't say anything.
You are to stay at least 500 feet away from them, their person, their place of employment, or anywhere they may be. Do you have any questions with respect to anything that I have just said?
No.
Judge, was there a fourth stay away order?
Is there a fourth stay away order, folks?
We do not have at this moment for this case. We were missing the A form for the other charge. For MQ5009805.
You have it now.
Okay.
Right?
Not in our possession, Your Honor. We literally have a sheet that says missing A form and it provides the jail number, case number, and name of the defendant. ASA President on behalf of the state.
Do you have the AV, Mr. Taylor?
No, I don't get that page.
Hold on, let me see if it says it here. I have the A form here, but I'm not seeing the AV. You'll need to address this with the division judge. Either way, there's already a stay order, so there should be no contact. All right. Carlos Manuel Hernandez, M259808,
Hernandez.
M259834.
Hernandez, come.
Habla inglés, Fernández.
Sí.
Spanish.
Mr. Hernandez, you were charged with one count of violation of domestic violence injunction in case ending 808 and one count of violation of domestic violence injunction in case ending 834.
Señor, usted le acusan de quebrante de las órdenes de restricción que tiene uno en el que termina en 808 y en el otro caso que termina en 834. Son dos, uno en cada.
Any PC argument?
¿Algún argumento de lo que es motivo fundado?
No, Judge.
No usted, señor.
No. Probable cause as to both counts. State, what are you requesting? Hold on.
Muy bien, el juez encuentra que hay motivo fundado en ambos cargos. Fiscalía, ¿qué es lo que usted pide?
Go ahead.
Filing violated stay away order, we're going to ask for an elevated bond of $2,500.
Presentando la violación de la orden de alejamiento, pedimos una fianza elevada de $2,500.
I'm sorry, Judge. I didn't realize that there were two cases here. I only have the A forms for one. Do you have the date of incident for the 89834?
Muy bien. Su abogado pregunta cuál es el día del incidente porque solo tiene uno de los quebrantes. Está pidiendo el día del incidente para el caso que termina en 9834.
April 16.
Okay, thank you.
Abril 16 fue la fecha del incidente.
Sir, are you currently employed?
Señor, ¿tiene trabajo en el momento?
Sí.
Yes.
What do you do?
¿Qué hace? ¿Qué trabaja?
Carpintero.
I'm a carpenter.
All right. It's going to be $1,500 plus house arrest level 3 on each case.
$1,500 con arresto de domicilio nivel 3 en cada caso.
Sir, I want you to pay very close attention to me because the following conditions will apply upon your release from custody, okay?
Señor, quiero que preste atención bien cuidadosamente. Presta atención porque estas condiciones van a aplicar a cada caso.
You are not to engage in any criminal activity. You're not to use or possess any illegal drugs. You're not to use, purchase, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, or ammunition. Any that you have must be immediately surrendered to the nearest police department and a receipt filed with the court.
No puede involucrarse en ninguna actividad penal. No puede usar, poseer ninguna drogas ilegales. No puede poseer, comprar, portar ninguna arma de fuego ni municiones. Cualquier cosa que usted tenga de esas cosas, tiene que inmediatamente, cuando le suelten, ir a la jefatura más cercana e entregar todas esas armas y municiones, o sea, balas, y ese recibo tiene que presentarlo al tribunal. Y eso tiene que hacerlo inmediatamente de cuando salga.
You were to stay, you were prohibited from having any direct or indirect contact with Jessica Macias. That contact includes in person, in writing, through third parties, through social media, or through any other means.
Usted no puede tener ningún contacto, sea directo o indirecto, con la señora Jessica Macías. Eso puede ser, sea por teléfono, sea por mensaje, correos electrónicos, cualquier artefacto electrónico o terceras personas.
You were to stay at least 500 feet away from her person, her place of employment, her residence, or anywhere she may be. Do you understand everything I've just said?
Tiene que mantener su mínimo 500 pies de ella, la casa de ella, donde trabaje, escuela, donde quiera que se encuentre. ¿Entiende usted todo lo que se le acaba de decir? Yes.
You have any questions?
¿Alguna pregunta para el juez?
Yo quiero saber cómo fue que yo violé la...
I want to know how is it that I violated the...
This is the phone number for our office. Give a call and our attorneys will explain everything that's going on, okay?
Este es el teléfono de nuestra oficina que le acaba de entregar su abogado y llama a la oficina y ellos le explican todo lo que está pasando.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Gracias.
All right. That concludes our domestic violence calendar. Let's go ahead and get started, or at least let's call over misdemeanor and let's get roll.
Nice to see you again, Judge.
Thank you.
I just give me kind of. I just hope we got it's order. Just keep the order. You know, keep it in order. Oh, no, I just want to make sure this like sets you this order. Okay. I don't know it, sure. Excellent. This should be it. How long have you been Judge, Your Honor? Yeah. Okay. You know, a lot of people asking that. I never know. It's like, oh, he's like, oh, something new. Yeah, bro. You can't tell. Were you private? Were you private before, or?
I was in private practice for 5-6 years. Now I was general counsel for the Department of Analyst for 3 years.
Okay. What'd you do in private practice? You know what? Family law?
I see your answer to the question.
My uncle's been doing family for about 4 years now. Javier Presbrook. I don't know if that's a good or is that a good or a bad? Yeah, I worked with my uncle for about 6 years between undergrad and law school, so I got to meet a lot of his opposing counsel and co-counsel. So he's very sweet. Super. And I realized that's how my uncle's expanded his network. He's been able to get more clients that way. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he wanted me to go to them. This job is incredibly time consuming, so I can go. But yeah, the idea is build litigation skills here, and hopefully he'll take me back in 3 years. Is your main courthouse in here? Yeah, that's what. Okay. I did for sure. Okay. What a change up. They just need place like there's some miracle I can get some writing easily on secret ridiculous. Awesome. That's all you, bro. This is the for the fraud you said? Yeah, it's the workers. Yeah, not the workers' comp insurance. Do you have a copy? Maybe you have a copy of the prior. This was acquired 20 years ago. I mean, it's non-violent, so it's gonna. Have no priors, I can represent that to as much as for, but I haven't done an NCI. So it's. I mean, defendants from here, just Mark says. Oh, we got a superstar in the house. Oh, Marcus, how are you? Are they all for the same charges? Yeah. Okay.
Judge.
This morning. I guess we were just, yeah. I mean,
Good morning, Judge.
Standard.
Mr. Courtney.
Yeah, it's actually Brad Cohen. I'm sorry. I'm using my associate's computer. But I had a case that he was arrested yesterday. His name's Michael Morton, and I have the case number. I thought it was a domestic. That's why it should be a felony domestic.
It's gonna be on traffic at the end of the. You're out of there. Oh, sure. That's fine. All right. Any other private attorneys want to be involved for the misdemeanor calendar?
What's the last name that we're calling out?
That is me, Morgan. Lamar Keith Morgan.
Lamar Morgan. Okay. Wait for Morgan.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes. Number 27. You're misdemeanor. Yeah. I have all the time about us.
Ideal, Judge. Very ideal.
We're ready to start.
Lamar Morgan, we are, Your Honor. Lamar Morgan?
Yeah, are we ready to get started?
Oh, yes. Yes, Your Honor.
Let's go ahead and get started, folks. Have they been sworn in?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's go ahead and get started then. I have Keith Lamar Morgan.
Excuse me, are you calling cases out of turn?
Only this case.
Could you please tell me what page it's on?
Keith Lamar Morgan, case number ALA 873.
Page 14.
He's not here yet, Your Honor. We need to pass him.
Okay. All right. I have Historia Janine Morley, B231912929B. Rhonda
Bond out.
Anna Reyes,
And then check on.
also bond out.
Yes, Your Honor.
Jackie Gadamin Sanchez, also a bond out.
Yes, Your Honor.
Marilyn Mejias Santana.
Your Honor, what was the name before Santana?
It was Ms. On page 1, the only person that's not a bond out is Marilyn Santana.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Miss Santana?
Miss Santana, come on.
There you go. Yeah.
All right. Good morning, Miss Santana. You were charged with 1 count of petty theft, appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing. Any probable cause argument?
Judge, I have no probable cause argument. Ask that you release her ROR placed on the homeless calendar. She has no priors.
Priors?
Yes, Your Honor, for Miss Santana, she doesn't have any prior convictions. She just has multiple arrests. We would just ask for a standard bond in this case.
Any objection to ROR or PTS?
Judge, she has-
Yes, Your Honor, we would object. We would just ask the standard bond in this case. First time they're being arrested. They've had similar charges. They had
No convictions?
no convictions.
Judge,
The
first
sim-
of all,
To be released. To be released.
thank you.
I'm ROR her. And I'm going to put her on the homeless calendar. Ma'am, I want you to pay very close attention to me, okay? You were to appear on June 25th, 2025 at 9 a.m. in courtroom 6-7. Okay? I want you to pay very close attention to me. This is an order to appear. What I'm telling you right now is a verbal order. It cannot be waived by your attorney. Okay? Your presence cannot be waived. You must appear on June 25th, 2025 at 9 a.m. If you fail to appear on that day, a bench warrant can be issued. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. I'm also entering a stay away order. You are to stay away from the Publix located at 1776 Biscayne Boulevard, Miami, Florida, 33132. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right. Do you have any questions?
No.
Thank you. I'll do this case by case just because I see some private attorneys here. Ashley Alexandra Ponce.
Ashley.
And corrections, let me know when we have Lamar Morgan, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. They went to get him.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Ponce, you were charged with 1 count of petty theft and 1 count of providing a false name or identification after arrest. I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing. Any probable cause argument?
No, Judge, no probable cause argument. Ask that you release her ROR. She has no priors. These are non-violent offenses.
I am finding probable cause at this time. State what you request.
Standard bond, Your Honor.
There's no priors.
No
She,
priors, Judge.
one prior of,
Conviction?
no action of it. 30 years.
No action, no priors.
So no, yeah, I guess I'm right.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and release her on her own recognizance. And she'll be set in the regular division. Ma'am, you were to stay away from the Walmart located at 17650 Northwest 2nd Avenue, Miami Gardens, Florida 33169. You understand?
Yes.
You understand?
Yes, yes, I understand.
Do you have any questions? Okay.
What is your current, Judge, let me make sure I have her current address. Ma'am, what is your current address? Or are you homeless? I need to know that.
Barbara Nardone, B259820.
Judge, before we move on, I need to make sure that we have the correct address, and we do not. So I want to make sure that we put it on the thing for the court and for the clerk. What is your address, ma'am?
Right
422
Miss Johnson.
Northeast.
210.
What's the address, ma'am?
422 Northeast 210 Circle Terrace. Is there an apartment or house? Apartment. What is the apartment number? 105. 105. Is that in Miami? And what is the zip code? 33179. Zip code 33179. Thank you.
I'm gonna read it back to you. 422 Northeast 210 Circle, apartment 105, Miami, Florida, 33179. Is that correct?
Judge, Circle Terrace.
Circle Terrace. Apartment 105.
Yes.
All right. All right. Can you please update the address? I put it down here. It's Circle Terrace. Thank you. All right. I have Barbara Nardone, B259820.
Okay, she's in a wheelchair. Judge, give us a minute. She's in a wheelchair.
Thank you. Miss Nardone coming?
Yes, Judge, they're bringing her in now.
All right. All right. Good morning, Miss Nardone.
Good morning.
You were charged with one count of defrauding an innkeeper less than $1,000, and also one count of resisting an officer without violence to his person.
I'm sorry, what was the second part?
Ma'am, you were charged with one count of defrauding an innkeeper less than $1,000, and one count of resisting an officer without violence to his person. I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing. Any probable cause, Miss Gordon?
No probable cause, however, I ask that she be released, ROR. She has no priors.
All right. Before I do that, I want to know if she's residing here in Miami. Dade County.
What is your current address, ma'am?
It is 3517
Mm-hmm.
Gloria Avenue,
Yes.
Tampa, 33563.
Judge, she resides in Tampa. However, what I will say to this court is what we have been saying all the time. She can appear by Zoom. We have Zoom for most county court.
Let me just ask, ma'am, are you here visiting?
Yes, in the Miami area, yes.
Okay, so you intend to go back to Brandon? I'm assuming
No, it's Plant City.
Plant City.
Plant City.
Okay, let me get that address again then.
Okay. 3517 Gloria Avenue, Tampa, Florida, 33563.
33, I'm sorry?
33563.
Okay. AV, can you, oh, actually, you know what? Hold on. Let me just turn my, there we go. I can hear myself. Nope, I got it. I couldn't hear. We're going to update the address. All right. Any objection to our?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. I am going to release you under own recognizance. Ma'am, I want you to pay very close attention. You're going to receive notice at the address that you have just provided to me. If you fail to appear, a bench warrant may be issued for your arrest. So it's very important that you appear at the next hearing, okay?
I signed something already.
Yeah, she did.
Also, you are to stay away from John Martin's located at 253 Miracle Mile, Coral Gables, Florida 33134. Do you understand?
Oh, yes, I do, sir.
Thank you. All right, do we have Mr. Morgan?
Not yet, Your Honor. They went to get him. He's in the rear lobby.
All right. I have Diane Murnell Vanzi M259818.
Is that you?
She bonded out, Your Honor.
Okay. I raised the volume on the bench. Okay.
Yeah, this is Diane.
Thank you. All right. Tiffany Labrisha Anderson is also a bond out.
That was Diane Vanzi, Your Honor?
Vanzi and Anderson.
Correct.
Vance and Anderson are bond out.
Yep. Page 3, I have. Mazia Tate is also a bond out. Dania Valdez. All right. Good morning, Ms. Valdez. Good morning, ma'am. You were charged with 1 count of driving with no valid driver's license. And it appears you may have also failed to appear for an arraignment before Judge Cuervo on February 14th of this year. Is there a reason why?
Yes, I currently just moved from North Miami Beach to Davie, so I honestly didn't get any mail, but I just changed all my mail.
Okay. So what's your address, man? Let's go ahead and get that updated right now.
It's 12570 Southwest 6th Street, 33325 Davie.
Hold on, you're going faster than I can write, all right?
I'm
I have
sorry.
2570 Southwest
6th Street.
Okay.
33325 Davie, Florida.
Okay. We're gonna go ahead and update it. Is that a house or an apartment?
It's a house.
All right, ma'am. I'm also entering a no drive order. Okay. Please make sure that you do not drive unless you have a valid driver's license. You understand?
Understood.
For Dania Aldez. If you drive, you may be held in contempt of court. You understand?
Yes, I understand.
Thank you.
Still bond out.
Right. She's gonna be released on her own recognizance otherwise.
You can drive on.
All right.
You release today.
Do you need to sign this one too?
Yes. You're
And I put the criminal tablet with it, so you don't have to.
the team was in a problem.
Okay. Notes. All right. I have Raylisha Shafan Drayden. All right. Good morning, ma'am. You were charged with 1 count of driving with license suspended knowingly. You failed to appear for arraignment on April 16th before Judge Nelson. Why is that, ma'am?
I never received a notice in the mail.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and update your mailing. What is your address, ma'am?
905 Northwest 5th Avenue.
905. Sorry.
905 Northwest 5th Avenue.
Okay.
Apartment 304, Florida City, Florida 33034. May I speak, Judge?
Hold on 1 second. Florida City, Florida. What's the zip code?
33034.
Okay. So everything that you're saying is being recorded and can be used against you. I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing. Any objection to an ROR?
No, it's driving, Judge, and she gave you a good reason why she didn't get the notice.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to release her on her own recognizance. She's given me a good address. It appears that she was not receiving proper notice. So you are going to be released on your own recognizance, right, ma'am? It's very important that you appear at the next hearing. I am also going to enter what's called a no drive order. You are not to drive until you have a valid driver's license. If you fail to comply with my order, you may be held in contempt of court. Do you understand?
Yes, Judge.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Your Honor, that's ROR in both cases?
That's correct. All right. Sylvester Omar Lewis.
Your Honor, we need to pass him. He's coming from pretrial detention center. He's not here yet.
We have Morgan.
No, he's. Is this Mr. Sylvester Morgan?
No. Is this hold on? Is this Mr. Lamar Morgan?
Yes, sir. Keith Lamar.
All right. So this is a private attorney case. All right. Sir, you were charged with 1 count of driving with license suspended knowingly. Mr. Cohen,
Yes, Judge.
your client.
Michael Morton, Judge. F2500948.
Didn't you ask for Lamar Morgan?
No, Michael Morton.
Michael Morton is on the felony calendar. We're doing misdemeanor.
You have to hold on to the felony. This is wrong calendar, sir.
Sure, Judge. No problem. Sorry, Judge.
No worries. All right. Well, then, since you're already here, hold on. We can just address the case. Mr. Morgan's already here. Okay. Mr. Morgan, you were charged with 1 count driving with license suspended. I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing.
Judge, I apologize. This is Mr. Morgan. Could you please tell me what page he's on? Because out of turn and I didn't know.
Page 14. Page 14. Got it?
Yes, thank you.
Any piece of argument?
Listen to the judge.
Any probable cause argument, Ms. Gordon?
No.
All right, finding probable cause. Sir, is your address 1063 Northwest 3rd Street, apartment 3?
Yes, sir.
All right. State, what are you requesting?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Sir, you're going to be released on your own recognizance. I'm entering a no drive order. Okay, what that means is that you are not to drive.
Yes, sir.
If you fail to appear again, a bench warrant will be issued for your arrest and you will not be released. You understand?
Yes, sir.
You failed to appear on April 11th. Why is that?
The letter for me to come to court came after the court date.
Okay.
I just got it last week.
All right. Look out for the letter. It's
Yes,
very
sir.
important you do because and if for whatever reason you don't get a letter, call the public defender's office. The reason why is because you can end up back in custody, okay?
Yes, sir.
So you don't want to miss your hearing.
No, sir.
All right.
Your Honor, you have 2 cases, a bench warrant and a new case, ROR both?
You released on his own recognizance. Sorry. So Sylvester Lewis, we're passing. Richard Curtis, Alter.
Your Honor, Mr. Alter is on felony bond F252896.
Okay. All right, Mr. Lewis. I'm sorry, Mr. Alter, you were charged with, looks like you failed to appear. So because you failed to appear, a bench warrant was issued for $10,000. Why did you fail to appear, sir?
I lost my phone and I'm homeless, so I was unable to acknowledge a court date.
Judge,
Okay.
2 questions before we go on. Was 4/28/2025 the homeless calendar? I can't.
No, Alter was not on homeless. He was in jail. He was in jail division. Or I guess maybe he was in homeless calendar. April 28th? What is that? It was a trial. He just created his jail, right?
Yes. Yeah, she does. Yeah.
So then why was he released?
And if he was released, they should have gotten the address, and if he was homeless, they should have put him on the homeless calendar.
Well, he's got felony case. What do you guys want to do?
Here's my thing with the felony, Judge. Just 1 minute. Because this is a bench warrant case, I need someone to tell me what is the date of the felony. Because if the bench warrant happened prior to him getting that felony, then we can't place a hold. If it happens afterwards, then we need to place a hold on the felony. So if you just give me 1 minute to look up that felony case number.
Felony case number, folks?
Case number is F252896.
My computer isn't working. Can someone over there look it up? Counsel, could you help me?
They're probably new cases. 211? Yeah, they were before.
Okay. So if this bench warrant was before, then there is no hold on the felony.
No. This bench warrant was afterwards.
Not the bench warrant, the date of the case, Judge. And here is why. If you have one of the reasons why we place a hold on felony cases when clients pick up a new case is one, to alert the felony judge that he has picked up a new case and to determine whether that felony, for the felony judge to determine what he wishes to do with his bond status. When the case, like in this case, happens before.
Hold on, Ms. Gordon. Hold on, Ms. Gordon. Was he out of bond?
No, that's not.
331. So he was released on bond. What was his bond status in the felony case? Yeah, F252896. Pretrial detention? Okay. So he was released? Okay. I'm gonna do a felony hold.
Judge, here's one. Judge, he didn't pick up a new case. If he had picked up a new case after being placed on pretrial services, then yes, there should be, and I would not be objecting. I would actually be asking you to place a felony hold. But see, he hasn't violated any of his conditions because he didn't pick up a new case. The felony judge was aware of this case out there, so it's not something new that the felony judge needs to do.
When you're correct. However, he was released on 311 in pretrial detention. He has to comply with all court orders, including appearing in the court. He has this open case. He failed to appear for this open case. He failed to appear for this open case in April 28, 2025, a month and a half later than than he was previously released in the felony case.
Right, Judge. And
because he failed to appear, he did not comply with the pretrial detention orders, which is a pretrial release condition.
Judge, and here's what I'm going to ask you. When did they pick you up? That was 428. Why didn't you come to court on 428?
Because I was homeless. I didn't know that.
And here is why, in this case, it's even more critical. He didn't get notice. He didn't get any notice of when to come to court. He wasn't placed on the homeless calendar. He had no date. He didn't get any letters in the mail.
Okay, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to set a $1 bond then. Happy with that, Miss Gordon?
Yes.
Okay, $1 bond. We'll address his status on the felony calendar.
No, Your Honor, he's not on the felony calendar.
Is he not?
No, he's just out on felony bond, and it's up to you whether to put a hold or not. It's not a new felony.
What do you want? What does the state want?
We're felony bound, Your Honor.
Okay.
You can't do it.
No, I'm not going to do a felony hold, but I am going to put him on the homeless calendar. So, sir, I'm giving you an order to appear. You're going to receive the date right now. You're going to be put on the homeless calendar June 25th at 9 a.m. You are to appear in courtroom 6-7. If you fail to appear, a warrant will be issued. And I'm telling you right now, I want you to pay very close attention. I'm telling you right now, if you fail to appear on that date, this will violate your release condition on the felony case. Do you understand? Because I am ordering you to appear. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ms. Gordon, please give me the information.
Yes.
So you're still giving him $1 with a hold?
Yes. No hold.
No hold.
$1, no hold?
Correct.
Can't have the bond, $1 and or.
No, there won't. No, I'm not RORing him. It's a $1 bond. And I'm going to put him on the homeless calendar.
$1 and no hold, just for verification, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah,
Always count. Okay. Do we have Lewis now or no?
No, Your Honor, he's not here yet.
Sully Pimentel, B259744.
Bond out.
Orlando Basilio, RT.
Bond out.
David Rubensky. We have Rubensky?
Yeah.
How are you, sir? You were charged with 1 count of resisting an officer without violence to this person. 1 count of sleeping on sidewalks or streets in Miami in violation of their ordinance, 1 count of obstruction of a free pass to a sidewalk in violation of Miami's ordinances. I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing. No, hold on, sir. I've appointed the public defender to represent you. So, she will be representing you and speaking on your behalf. Everything that is being said right now, including what I'm saying, what she says, what anybody says here, is being recorded. What you say can be used against you. You understand?
Yeah.
All right, sir. All right, any probable cause argument, Ms. Gordon?
No, Your Honor, I'm asking that he be ROR, placed on the homeless calendar. He has no prior.
Any objection to that? I am finding probable cause at all.
No objection.
Okay, so you'll be released on your own recognizance on all 3 counts. I want you to listen to me very carefully, sir. All right, because even though I'm releasing you on your own recognizance, I am setting you on the homeless calendar on June 25 at 9 a.m. in courtroom 6-7. This is in order to appear, okay? Your presence cannot be waived by your attorneys or anybody else. I am ordering you to appear on that date. If you fail to appear, a bench warrant will be legally issued. You understand?
Hey, but the guy wasn't like calling the cops he called was like.
I'm not here to discuss the merits of your case, okay? I'm not here to discuss the merits of your case. All I'm here to tell you is read you the charges and set a bond. That's it.
And like my name's like.
All right. I just want to know, do you understand what I've said? Do you understand, sir?
Do you understand what he's saying?
I knew everybody who was there around in the area. And
Judge, sir, the judge asked one question. The judge asked you. Do you understand what the judge has just said to you?
Yeah.
Okay, then you say it a little louder so he can hear you. Thank you. Did you hear him, Judge?
I did, thank you. Charles Anthony Laughter, M259779. Any objection to armor?
He's asking.
Any objection to armor?
A standard bond, Your Honor. Yes, a lot of prior convictions.
Does it encampment?
Oh, then yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, who is this? Who is this? Oh, is this Mr. Lewis?
No, this is not Mr. Charles.
How you doing, sir?
Mr. Lewis?
No, sir. No, sir.
Mr. Marcus Nichols?
It was over ice again, man. It's ice.
Hold on a minute.
Who do I have?
This is Marcus Nichols, number on page.
Oh, I have him here. Okay.
What page is he?
Good morning, Mr. Nichols. You were charged with the count of trespassing to a property after receiving a warning not to. You also received 1 count of aggressive or obstructive panhandling in violation of the county ordinance. I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing. Ms. Gordon?
Yes, Judge, I apologize. Mr. Nichols does have priors.
Okay.
Counsel, can we make an offer on this case to close it? It is a panhandling case, basically. He's asking people for money at a Publix.
Trying to get ice.
Trying to get ice. Okay, sir.
Okay. So I'm finding probable cause. Okay. What are you requesting, State?
Yes, at least ice.
Yeah, I'm asking, Judge, I'm asking for an offer. Counsel, can you dismiss the panhandling and give a CTS on the trespass?
Sometimes in misdemeanor court, they'll do offers.
Yes, we do.
During first appearance.
Especially given, counsel, that I didn't argue that the trespass was from 2023, more than 2 years ago, and it probably has expired since.
Yeah.
It's indefinite. Sir, stop talking. So I'm asking for an offer.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, on the trespass and adjudication CTS on trespass and KMP on the panhandling.
So adjudication CTS and the trespass and exchange for dismissal of the panhandling?
Correct.
That, yes.
Yes.
We'll do that. We'll do.
Okay. Mr. Nichols, please raise your right hand.
Yes, sir. This hand?
Your right hand, the other hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Lower your right hand. Start by telling me your full name and date of birth.
12/9/86.
And full name?
I'm a black girl. Marcos Nichols. Love you forever.
All right. All right, sir. Let me ask you this. Mr. Nichols, I need you to pay very close attention to me, okay? So we can finish this. You can lower your right hand.
Okay.
Are you currently, no, you can lower both hands. Okay. Are you currently under the influence of any drugs, medications, or anything else?
Sir. Not even the same medication, sir.
Okay.
Answer yes or no.
Let me ask you this. So the offer from the state, you've already heard the charges. The offer from the state or that we're going to go through right now is in exchange for a plea of guilty, an adjudication and credit for time served on trespass, the state will dismiss the charges of aggressive panhandling. Are you in agreement with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Has anyone forced you, threatened you, coerced you, or intimidated you in any way to accept this plea?
No, sir.
Has anyone promised you anything else in exchange for this plea?
No, sir.
You understand that you're pleading guilty?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you have the right to go to trial, to have the state prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, to cross-examine witnesses, to not testify, to have me tell the jury that they can't hold it against you should you choose not to testify, to appeal any decision that may go that I may make in trial or any verdict that may come out of the trial. You understand that you have those rights and you're giving up those rights?
I understand, sir.
You understand? Okay. All right. I'm going to go ahead and accept the plea. Find that there is grounds for such and that he is knowingly and voluntarily entering it. I'll go ahead and I'll accept your plea of guilty. I'll adjudicate you and find you guilty. I'm going to give you credit for time served. State, you have an announcement as to count two.
As to count two, state announces, as to count two for case M2500973, no process exchange report.
All right. All right, sir. We're calling the defendant out of turn. Okay. Robert Eugene Ruiz. What's going on, Mr. Ruiz? Corrections. Is everything all right with Mr. Ruiz?
He's coming up, Your Honor.
His last name? Ruiz? Is it the last name?
No, it's Robert Eugene Ruiz, case B259809.
He's on page 7.
On page 7. Robert Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
All right. In this case, you are charged with one count of trespassing into a property after receiving a warning not to, and one count of resisting an officer without violence to his person. I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing. Ms. Gordon, do you have any probable cause argument?
I have no probable cause argument. I am not objecting to standard bond, and I'm going to ask that it be set on the JDP calendar for 5/13 at 1:30 in Judge Birdie's courtroom 4-4.
Okay. I am
federal witness for the federal government office.
I am finding probable cause as to both counts. As to count one, it's going to be $500. To count two, I'm sorry. Hold on, wrong page here. As to count one, it will be $500. As to count two, it will also be $500. And there will be a JDP referral made. Set on JDP calendar.
Yeah.
All right. All right, sir. Do we have Sylvester Omar Lewis?
No, Your Honor. I called transportation. They're on their way.
Okay. All right. What about Charles Laughter? All right, Mr. Laughter.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. You were charged with one count of encampment in a public place, appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing. I am finding probable cause at this time. Sir, you are going to be released on your own recognizance, okay? I am going to place you on what's called a homeless calendar. You are to appear before the judge on June 25 at 9 a.m. in courtroom 6-7. This is an order to appear. Your presence cannot be waived by your attorneys or anybody else. You understand?
Yes, sir.
If you fail to appear on that day, A bench warrant will be legally issued for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. Any questions?
No, sir.
All right, sir. Thank you. Gary Cates.
Mr. Cakes, Mr. Cakes, come on.
Objection to armor? Is it no objection?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Good morning, Mr. Cates. You were charged with one count of encampment in a public place. I'm going to the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing. I'm finding probable cause, but I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. All right, sir?
Yeah.
I'm going to place you on the homeless calendar. You are to appear before the judge on June 25 of this year at 9 a.m. in courtroom 6-7. This is in order to appear. If you fail to appear, a bench warrant will be issued.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
Do you have any questions, sir?
Nope.
All right.
Get me out of here. Oh, I do that.
Yeah, okay.
We have Darwin Maldonado, 2259801.
Your Honor, Mr. Maldonado is a fugitive from New York with no bond.
So there's going to be a fugitive hold?
Judge, no, he already has a fugitive hold. There's no bond.
Yep.
So we can do bond of $1 here. He'll just go division in 2 days.
He's going to be held on the
Yeah, objection to
No bond.
Yeah. All right. It'll be $1 bond. Sir, I am appointing the public defender's office to represent you, and I am finding probable cause, okay?
¿Te entendió, señor? ¿Usted habla inglés?
Yes, he understands English. Thank you.
All right.
All right. I have Aaron Hernandez Diaz, 2259806.
He's gonna need the interpreter, right? Or
It's okay. I understand.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Diaz, you were charged with one count of trespassing onto a property other than a structure or conveyance and defying an order to leave. You were also charged with one count of resisting an officer without violence to his person. I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing. Any probable cause argument?
No, Your Honor, I'm asking for an ROR.
I'm finding probable cause as to both counts. Any objections to an ROR at this time?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Sir, you're going to be released on your own recognizance. All right? But I'm also going to enter a stay away order. So I want you to pay very close attention to me. You are to stay away from Miami International Airport. Do you understand?
Judge, if I may, if he has a legitimate flight, he should not be banned from the airports. This happened at the airport. So if he has, I ask that you modify the stay away order, that if he has legitimate business at the airport, he should be able to go.
Unless he has a ticket, Your Honor.
Yes.
What?
Just unless he has a ticket, Your Honor, for the flight, we're gonna ask. Yeah, he's.
All right. So unless you, create a new order, modify it to include that unless he has a valid ticket, he is to not go to that airport. Also, sir, I see that you are in Oakland, Mississippi, correct?
Yes.
All right. So you're going to receive a notice at the address that's on this A form, which is your license, right? 3130 Country Road, 176.
Is that correct?
Yes, but I'm living in Georgia right now for work.
Okay, so what is that address?
What's that address?
110 Chapman Hall Road, Bainbridge, Georgia. 39817.
I don't know. Did you get that?
Yes, Judge. 110 Chapman Hall, Bainbridge, Georgia, 39817.
Yeah, y'all got that?
Say it again, one more time, please.
Yes. 110 Chapman, CHAPMAN Hall, Bainbridge, Georgia, 39817.
Is that with a D or a B?
Bainbridge with the B. Bainbridge, BAINBRIDGE.
Thank you.
All right. Angelo James Augustine. Augustine. All right, Mr. Augustine, you failed to appear several times before the court. Why is that? Sir, I can't hear you.
I didn't know I had any court dates or a warrant out for my arrest, especially going back to the petty theft at Warren. It was like a year ago. I knew I had to take a class, and I reached out to like the branch because I couldn't pay for the class, and after that, I didn't really hear anything.
This is what I'm going to do. I am ordering you to appear at this time. You're going to be placed on the homeless calendar. Okay? Are you homeless, sir, or do you have an address?
Okay.
You have an address?
No, Judge, he said, I don't know if you heard him say he is homeless at this time.
Okay. You're being placed on the homeless calendar. You are to appear on June 25th at 9 a.m. in courtroom 6-7. You understand?
Okay.
I'm also entering a stay away order, so you're going to stay away from 3200 Northwest 79th Street. Do you have any questions about anything I've just said?
What you said, I was stay away order from where?
From
Okay.
320 Northwest 79th Street.
Okay.
Okay?
All
right. Thank you, sir.
And where to go and where to go. That's it.
All right.
We have Jimmy Marat.
Your Honor, for the record, that was an ROR.
That was an ROR. That's an ROR. All right. Mr. Marat, you failed to appear before Judge Melendez. Why is that?
Well, I got charged for staying away from the home, and I got the gentleman renting the place from my mom, and I've stayed in an efficiency there, by the gentleman.
Okay, but you were supposed to appear before Judge Melendez on July 30th. Why did you fail to appear?
Yes, he's saying that you were supposed to. Judge, and I'm going to repeat what my client just said, and so that the judge will know. Why don't you tell him?
Okay, I did not receive the mail.
And why didn't you receive
He always take the mail and hide it. I don't know what he keep on doing with it. I'm not trying to be rude, but he's a dishonest person.
Okay. What is happening is Mr. Mara rents, and he rents out an efficiency in the back, and he's not getting the mail. With the
I'm going to put him on the homeless calendar.
Yes.
You're going to be released on your own recognizance, sir. But I am going to order you to appear right now. What that means is that you must appear at the next calendar. If you fail to appear, a legal bench warrant will be issued for your arrest. Your presence cannot be waived by your attorney or anybody else. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right.
You didn't know you got to come to court, like the judge said.
You're going to appear on June 25 at 9 a.m. in courtroom 6-7. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
I'm also entering a stay away order. You're going to stay away from 9150 Bayland Boulevard, Miami, Florida. Do you understand?
I assist right at the VA.
Okay, so you'll be there.
At the VA every day.
Okay. Good. He was saying that he will be there. He know where it is. He's at the VA every day.
Okay. All right.
There was a running both puzzle.
Okay.
This is the bench warrant. Oh, yeah, bench warrant. Yeah, right. Yeah, all right. Michael Lewis, B2419010. All right. Mr. Lewis?
How you doing? Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. You failed to appear before Judge Nunez. Why is that, sir?
It slipped my mind to go take my fingerprints, and then when I checked with my lawyer, she didn't say that they seen anything. And then when I kept checking online, I didn't see nothing that said that.
Okay. Sir, are you currently homeless?
No.
Okay, what's your address?
710 Meridian Avenue.
710 Meridian
Yes.
Avenue?
Yes.
Is that a house or apartment?
Apartment number 9.
And city and zip code?
Miami.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Miami Beach 33139.
33139. All right. Sir, you're going to receive notice there. Anybody have any objection to our work? No objection.
I don't think there should be any objection.
All right, ROR. Sir, I'm releasing you on your own cognizance. However, until this case is resolved, I am entering a stay away order. You're to stay away from 940 Ocean Drive, Miami Beach, Florida 33139. I'm updating the address. You're going to receive notice. However, you must appear at the next setting. If you fail to appear at the next hearing, a bench warrant will be issued for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes,
All right, thank you. William Wallace Gardner Jr., B259813.
Your Honor, sorry to interrupt, but the interpreter take a brief 2-minute recess.
Of course.
Thank you.
Which case was that, Your Honor?
Gardner.
Gardner, okay.
William Gardner. Mr. Gardner, you were charged with 1 count of trespassing onto a property after receiving a warning not to. Appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing. Any probable cause argument?
Judge, yes, I do have a PC argument. My argument is as follows. Mr. Gardner's charged with a trespass, but in the 4 corners of the A form, it states simply that the officers were on the side of the 100 block of Ocean Avenue when they observed him matching the description of a flyer issued. They go on to talk about the description of the flyer. Nowhere on the first page does they say that he was actually on the property. It goes on to say that the stay away order was from a specific place, the Palace, 1052 Ocean Drive. There's nothing that says that he was at that place. It just says that was where the stay away order was from. Hold on a minute, sir. Let me finish. And then it goes on to talk. There's no one on the 4 corners of the A form that they saw him on the property. They may have seen him in the area, but this is a specific stay away order from the Palace, 1052 Ocean Drive, meaning he could be at 1001 Ocean Drive. There's nothing here.
The state's going to argue that, the state argues that being in the vicinity and there was a probable cause for them to think that he matched the description of the person he was there violating the stay away order.
Judge, being in the vicinity is not enough. There's a lot of case law on vague and it's constitutional on travel. This is a specific stay away order with a specific address.
One place does not mean that he's trespassed from being on the entire block. I'm gonna find PC. He'll be released outright. So, all right.
No PC.
Release outright, Your Honor?
Correct.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right.
I have Demi Lambright, B259814.
Lambright.
All right, Mr. Lambright, you were charged with 1 count of trespassing onto a property after receiving a warning not to. I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing. Any probable cause argument?
No, Your Honor. He has no priors. I ask that he be released ROR set on the homeless calendar.
I'm finding probable cause at this time. State, what are you requesting?
No objections to ROR.
He'll be released on his own recognizance and he'll be reset on the homeless calendar. Sir, you are to appear on June 25 at 9 a.m. in courtroom 6-7. This is in order to appear. Your presence cannot be waived by your attorney or anybody else. Okay? If you fail to appear, a bench warrant will be issued. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
I'm also entering a stay away. You're to stay away from 1701 Washington Avenue, Miami Beach, Florida 33139. Do you understand?
Okay.
Thank you. All right, John Steele. All right, Mr. Steele, good morning, sir. You were charged with 1 count of unlawful possession of 4 or fewer identifications and 1 count of trespassing into an unoccupied structure or conveyance. I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing.
Judge, if you give me a minute, I do not believe there's probable cause for trespass. This is a structure. There must be a actual communication that he leaves and he refuses to do so. Give me 1 minute. I'm going to withdraw my PC argument only because it is a vacant business, so it's not open to the public.
I am finding probable causes to both counts. State, what are you requesting?
It's standard bond.
Counsel, can we work this out? His most recent prior was from 2024. He has only three withholds, no convictions, or 4 withholds, no convictions. Can you work this out, or?
I'm not. I have to move along, Ms. Gordon. I understand that typically, if we're in a misdemeanor calendar, I'd allow y'all to engage in that. But right now, I need to move this along because I have a lot more calendars I have to handle today. So it's going to be a standard bond for count 1, and it's going to be a standard bond for count 2.
500 and 150, Your Honor?
Correct. And I'm also entering a stay away order. So, sir, Mr. Steele, you are to stay away from 1681 Lenox Avenue, Miami Beach, Florida, 33139. You understand?
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. I have Michael Sarud, B259816.
Okay.
And corrections, let me know when we have Lewis.
Yes, I will, Your Honor.
Thank you. And Mr. Sarud, good morning, sir. You were charged with 1 count of petty theft and 1 count of possession of an open container near a store in violation of county ordinance. Appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing. Any probable cause argument, Ms. Gordon?
No.
And
I asked for ROR, place him on the homeless calendar. For
ROR and homeless calendar?
I apologize, Your Honor. Which
This is Michael Sarud.
counsel was for taking 2 cans of beer.
Objection to an ROR, so he'll be released on his own recognizances to both counts. Mr. Sarud, I want you to pay very close attention to me, okay? You are to appear on the homeless calendar on June 25 at 9 a.m. in courtroom 6-7. This is an order to appear. If you fail to appear, a bench warrant will be legally issued. Do you understand?
Yes, sir. Can I ask you what?
I'm also entering a stay away order. You are to stay away from 1011 Alton Road, Miami Beach, Florida, 33139 to Walgreens. Do you have any questions?
No, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jonathan Travoon Riggins, B25490. Mr. Riggins, why did you fail to appear for trial?
Because I had the day mixed up because I went and got me a new cell phone and I was trying to put the Zoom account on there, but I don't know if they did Zoom or if they wanted me to show up.
No, in person. That's trial. That was a trial date. You had to be there in person.
Yeah, I did not know that. I thought it was on Zoom, so I kept trying to call because I had just got out of jail and that I was asking them if I'm supposed to do it on Zoom or what's name. And she said Zoom, so I was like the whole time thinking it was supposed to be Zoom.
Ms. Gordon, what are you asking for?
Judge, I'm asking for a standard bond on a trespass 150.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. So, Mr. Riggins, it'll be a $150 bond, okay?
$150
bond. I'm also entering a stay away order. You are to stay away from 1685 Lenox Avenue, Miami Beach, Florida, 33139. Do you understand?
Do you understand the judge? That's your question.
Yes, I understand.
Thank you, sir. Please make sure that you stay on top of it and you go to the next hearing. If you fail to go to the next hearing, another bench warrant will be issued. All right? Thank you, sir. Ernesto Perez Llano, B256099. I get the defendant, Your Honor. Llano, Llano.
Yes, he needs the services of the interpreter.
And the interpreter is present.
No, those were.
Okay, Your Honor.
See Ernest.
You looking for
Page 9. It's Ernesto Perez.
No.
Yeah, correct.
All right. So, Mr. Perez, why did you fail to appear on April 30th before Judge Corsini?
Because I'm in the hospital. I am in the hospital. The car pushed me. I got 3 or 4 times in the hospital because I'm sick.
Yes, he said.
I got Parkinson.
Okay.
No objection.
All right, sir. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. I'm going to enter a stay away. So you're going to stay away from 801 North Homestead Boulevard, Homestead, Florida 33030.
I don't
I
understand.
want you to pay very close attention to me, okay? I'm placing you on what's called the homeless calendar. You are to appear on June 25th at 9 a.m. in courtroom 6-7. If you fail to appear on that day, a bench warrant will be issued for your arrest. Do you understand?
Here.
Do you
Entendió todo, señor. Entendió todo lo que.
Okay, let's go ahead, Mr. Morton. You can please go ahead and help me interpret.
Absolutely, Your Honor. Absolutely.
Mr. Perez, because you failed to appear, because you were in the hospital, okay, you couldn't appear on that day, I'm releasing you on your own recognizance, okay? But I'm ordering you to appear on the homeless calendar.
Muy bien, señor. Como usted no pudo comparecer a la fecha del tribunal porque estaba en el hospital, yo lo voy a dejar salir bajo su propia palabra en este caso. No tiene que pagar dinero de fianza. Pero le estoy ordenando que tiene que comparecer al tribunal en el calendario para desamparado en la fecha de junio 25 a las 9 de la mañana en la sala 6-7, sexto piso 6-7. Eso es en el edificio Richard E. Gernstein, que es el que está al lado del hospital. ¿Entendió lo que el juez le dijo?
Sí.
He understood, Your Honor.
Muchas gracias.
Thank
you very much.
All right, Ernesto Jimenez, 325-9821.
Ernesto. Yes. Jimenez. Ernesto, come.
Well, from this place. Shibui?
Oh, Shibui, yes.
I've never been one.
This way.
All right, sir, you were charged with 1 count of defrauding an innkeeper less than $1,000 and appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing.
Yes, Your Honor.
I am finding probable cause at this time, Ms. Gordon.
Standard bond, Your Honor.
Yes, I'm asking for standard bond. I'm not objecting. He has 2 open cases for the same thing. I'm not objecting to a standard bond. I was going to ask for it.
Because he's got 2 open cases, it's actually going to be an elevated bond.
Right, 500. That's fine.
$500. I'm also entering a stay away order. So, Mr. Jimenez,
Yes, sir.
you were to stay away from Shibui at 10141 Southwest 72nd Street, Miami, Florida 33173. Do you understand?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. If you return there, you'll be held in contempt of court and you can be incarcerated, fined, or imprisoned. All right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir. Lucas Vadillo Montoya, 259823.
Okay. ROR, Your Honor.
All right.
He does not need interpreter. Okay.
You need the interpreter?
No, he said no.
Okay, thank you.
All right, sir, you were charged with 1 count of encampment in a public place. I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing and finding probable cause. However, I'm going to release you on your own recognizance, sir. I'm going to place you on the homeless calendar. You are being ordered to appear at this time. Your presence cannot be waived. You are to appear on June 25th at 9 a.m. in courtroom 6-7. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. Your presence cannot be waived, sir. So if you fail to appear on that date, a bench warrant will be issued for your arrest.
Okay, thank you.
Anthony Bates, M2426419.
You're welcome.
All right, Mr. Bates, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
All right. You failed to appear before Judge Alvarez Zane on March 21st. Why is that?
Sir, I've been going back and forth. I explained to them that I do not have a living address. I'm homeless right now. I've been on the street for over 7 months. I finally got somebody to help me out so they can stay in the living room for a while. And right now I got a part-time job.
Ms. Gordon, I have an offer here from the state on file. It's a withhold court cost, 3 months reporting probation and a stay order.
Judge, he has no priors at all. I don't want to do he has no priors. I don't want to do a withhold on somebody or adjudication on somebody with no priors.
We cannot do a withhold, we can't do a PTD. He has prior charges. So
They've been no action and dismissed.
it does not, the policy doesn't.
That's the offer from the state that I have here on file. So if he doesn't want to take that, I'll just go ahead and I'll set the bond. What's
Judge, could you he states that is 3/21/2025 the homeless calendar.
All right.
Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and release him on his own recognizance. He'll be placed in the homeless calendar. But I just want you to know, Mr. Bates, the state has offered you a withhold adjudication, court costs, 3 months reporting probation, and a stay order. Okay.
There is a stay. Can you implement a stay order for this?
I'm not for the stay order right now, anyways. So you were to stay away from the Walmart located at 8400 Southwest 24th Street. You understand, sir?
Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right. I'm placing you on the homeless calendar. You were to appear before court on June 25th at 9 a.m. in courtroom 6-7.
Okay.
Your presence cannot be waived. If you fail to appear on that date, a bench warrant will be issued. You understand?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
All right.
Judge, could you give me 1 minute? He wants to ask me a question.
Of course.
Yes. Thank you, Judge.
I think we're prepared. That's what Mr. said. We finished. So, but we just have to do more.
Spanish, right?
Yeah.
He needs the services of the interpreter.
And the interpreter is present.
All right. Mr. Landero Rodriguez, you were charged with 2 counts of resisting officer without violence to his person, 1 count of reckless driving, and 1 count of driver's license expired more than 6 months.
Muy bien.
Represent you.
Muy bien, señor. El juez le acaba de decir que usted ha sido acusado de 2 cargos: resistir a un oficial sin violencia, un cargo de manejar irresponsablemente y un cargo de manejar con licencia vencida más de 6 meses. Le voy a asignar la oficina del abogado de oficio para que le represente en estos casos.
Any probable cause argument, Ms. Gordon?
¿Algún argumento o motivo fundado, señora Gordon? No, su señoría.
And unfortunately, I don't get a TPO or anything. Does he have any priors, counsel?
Muy bien. Inafortunadamente, la abogada no recibe el historial de tránsito. Le pregunta al fiscal si tiene algún historial. Did not hear the answer from the state.
No priors.
There's no priors.
No antecedentes. No enseña antecedentes.
All right. It's going to be a standard bond.
Okay.
Judge, would you do pretrial services on a person with no priors, given what we do with driver's license cases now?
I need to. It's a reckless driving. We don't do PP.
Right. I'm not asking for I'm talking about pretrial services, a release where he can be monitored every day. He has no priors.
Your PTS is
all right. So it's gonna be
muy bien. Le habían pedido la fianza por norma fiscal. La abogada de oficio pidió si lo podían dejar salir a un programa previo servicio a juicio donde le hacen un monitoreo. El juez va a dictar referente a ello. Entiendo que dijo que estaba bien.
On Count one, take over this. It'll be pre-trial services alternate 150. Count two will be pre-trial services alternate 150. Count three will be PTS alternate 500. And count four will be PTS alternate 500.
Yeah, no, I don't have counts. I
Muy
have
bien.
the misdemeanor, count one and count two, and then I have the 2 traffic cases.
Muy bien, muy bien. El juez acaba de dictar el programa con fianza alterna de 150 en cargo 1, cargo 2, cargo 3, fianza de 500, cargo 4, fianza de 500 y los carceleros acaban de decir que tienen solo 2 delitos menores y después 2 citatorias.
So on the 2 resistings, it's going to be PTS alternate 500.
En los 2 resistir sin violencia va a ser el programa con fianza alterna 500, Your Honor.
Yeah, which is where I already read. You don't need transits because I already read this. Okay. And then just corrections. And then the 2
150 on the end each traffic.
It's PTS.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
I want you to pay very close attention to me because I am entering a no driving order right now. You are not to drive until you have valid driver's license. If you fail to comply with this order, you may be held in contempt of court. Do you understand?
Muy bien, señor. Quiero que me preste atención bien a esto. Voy a emitir una orden que no puede manejar. Si usted lo coge manejando, usted estaría en desacato del tribunal. ¿Usted entiende eso, señor?
Judge, I believe that Mr. Vasquez Lander Rodriguez is saying that he has a valid driver's license. Could the state please check the TPO to see whether his license is valid so that the judge does not place a no drive order?
Okay. The interpreter didn't interpret that, Your Honor, because he didn't hear it. Dice su abogada que piensa que usted dijo que usted tenía una licencia válida de conducir en estos momentos.
Could I have a license number?
Yes.
Le va a dar el número de licencia ahora a su abogada al fiscal.
The license number is FL. L as in Larry, 5.
FL? Oh, sorry about that. Go ahead. L?
Yes. I know you're, sir. Give me a minute.
Señor, deje que su abogada hable a favor suyo, por favor.
FL L 536200991670.
Muy bien, su abogada acaba de leer el número de su licencia.
Your Honor, for Mr. Louis Sylvester, he refused court. Reset for tomorrow.
Okay. Right, refuse. Sorry, Your Honor, it's loading for me.
Están revisando todavía, señor.
I'm sorry about the time, Judge. We don't get a TPO. I don't know why. The court doesn't get it either. Nope, nothing on, not even priors on drivers.
Anything?
Su abogada le pide disculpas al juez debido a que no recibe ninguna información historial de conducir su unidad. El juez tampoco lo recibe.
This is really quick. I'm not sure why it's being.
You know what, Judge? If you want
license, the order basically, the no drive order basically says he can't drive until he has
that's what I was gonna say.
So if he has a license, he's fine.
Okay,
muy bien. Básicamente la orden no puede manejar hasta que tenga licencia válida, señor. Si tiene licencia válida, ya sabe que tiene licencia válida.
Okay.
All right, let's move on to the next case. I have Jacinto Vasquez. This is a murder as well.
Jacinto Vasquez.
He's got 2 different cases.
Jacinto Vasquez.
This was a while ago. And he failed to appear recently again. Miss Gordon, there's an offer on file on the M24 case. So withhold court costs, 3 months reporting probation.
Yeah, he has no priors. I can't take a probation plea on someone with no priors.
He failed to appear several times. He failed to appear. Okay. He failed to appear this time. There will be a bond issue.
Yeah, Judge, I'm not objecting.
Okay. All right.
He needs an interpreter though. Come on.
The interpreter is present. Señora, estaba hablando referente a su caso, que había una oferta ya extendida. La abogada dijo que no podía aceptar la oferta, pero el juez dijo que ya usted no ha cumplido en comparecer varias veces. Escuche, por favor.
Mr. Vasquez, you failed to appear before Judge Gonzalez Paulson for an arraignment on February 15th of 2018.
Usted no cumplió en comparecer para instrucción de cargo frente a la juez González Paulson en febrero 15 del 2018.
You also failed to appear more recently before Judge Alvarez Zane for I guess this appears to be a trial.
También no cumplió en comparecer más reciente frente a la juez Álvarez Zane. Creo que esta aparenta ser para un juicio.
Or actually, I'm sorry, this is a reset of an arraignment.
Oh, perdón, esto fue un refugio de una intrusión de cargo.
Because you failed to appear several times, I am going to issue a bond at this time.
Como usted no cumplió en comparecer varias veces, le voy a emitir una fianza en este momento.
Say, give a recommendation as to bond.
Standard bond, Your Honor.
Fianza por norma, dice la fiscalía, está bien.
Failed to appear several times. Elevated, ma'am.
Es que le ve como varias veces que no.
Judge, the one that's at arraignment, would you consider the standard bond? It's at arraignment. Did he have an attorney? Do we have a waiver?
Bien, la que es intrusión de cargo considerada por norma, tenía abogado y teníamos que no tenía que estar presente.
So there were several resets of the arraignment. It wasn't once or twice.
Okay.
So I'm going to issue a bond of $300 on the M24-12321B case.
Muy bien. En el M24 hubieron varias veces que no cumplieron comparecer. Esto el juez emite una fianza de $300.
I'm going on the NDV case, NDVL case. It's going to be, what's the NDVL?
I'm so sorry. Who is this defendant, Your Honor?
This is Vasquez.
Están mirando en el caso de no licencia válida.
150.
You said
Go ahead, Judge.
I'm not
It's 150.
150. I'm not going to convert the $5,000, but I am going to elevate it to 300.
Okay.
Muy bien, no lo voy a subir a $5,000 como querían, pero sí lo voy a subir en vez de 150 a 300.
300 each, correct, Your Honor?
300 por cada, ¿correcto, señoría?
All right. So
bien.
For corrections purposes, I've got 300 on the NVDL and I've got 300 on the M24 case, okay?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
I'm also entering a no drive order. So, sir, you are not to drive until you have a valid driver's license. If you fail to comply, you may be held in contempt of court.
Muy bien, señor, pues también voy a emitir una orden que no puede manejar. Usted no puede manejar hasta que tenga licencia válida. Si usted no cumple con esa orden, puede ser encontrado en desacato del tribunal.
I've got Walter Nellums.
Your Honor, just for Your Honor's information, the last defendant at DL, Landado Rodriguez, the license issue, I got a TPO printed out. His license is currently expired. It's been expired since June of 2024.
Okay. You heard that, Ms. Gordon?
Yes, I did. Thank you so much, counsel. I'm gonna ask him to bring. I asked him to bring his license to court.
All right. All right, Walter Nellums, into 59786. Bond out, or is Mr. Nellums coming?
He's coming in, Your Honor.
Mr. Nellums, good morning, sir. You were charged with 1 count of petty theft. I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you for the purpose of this hearing. Any probable cause argument?
Judge, Mr. Nellums is a write-in. Do you have? Give me a minute to get an A form from you.
Your Honor, he has an AC no bond.
Oh, gee. Okay.
Okay, and I'm looking here that the amount is included on the A form. I've read the A form. I am finding probable cause at this time. Ms. Gordon, I'm assuming you're going to ask for a dollar bond.
Yes.
All right. Any objection to dollar bond? Walter Nellums.
Yes, sir.
LOMS. Stay away order as well. All right. I'm going to enter a stay away order at this time, sir. You are to stay away from the wall. This is a wall. From the store. Just by the store. Let's see it. From the store located at 3103 Biscayne Boulevard, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Whatever store the issues, stay away from that store. All right. I'm going to issue a stay away order to that effect. All right.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, what was the bond for Mr. Nellums?
$1 in this case. We'll see him on the or he's got an AC on the other case. Okay. All right. I have Victor Hubon. Mr. Hubon.
It's better for me in Spanish.
Spanish? Yes, he will need a
Spanish.
interpreter.
You failed to appear before Judge Ferrer for an arraignment on April 15th of this year. Why is that?
Usted no cumplió en comparecer para instrucción de cargo frente a la juez Ferrer en abril 15 de este año. ¿Por qué pasó eso?
Señor,
Sir.
sin decirle mentira, y le juro que ningún correo llegó a casa de mi madre.
Okay, without lying to you and anything, I did not receive any mail at my mother's house.
What's your address, sir?
¿Cuál es su dirección, señor?
2175 Northwest, 173 Terrace, Miami Garden, Florida, 33056.
2175, Mr. Ward?
Yes, 2175 Northwest 173 Terrace, Miami Gardens, Florida,
33056.
33056.
Okay. We're going to go ahead and update the address, sir. I'm entering a no drive order. So you are not to drive until you have a valid driver's license. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Any objection to our order?
Yes, Your Honor.
Why?
Yes, many priors.
He didn't receive notice of this. Is there any new case?
Yes, Judge, he has a new case. He
Oh.
does have a new case, but here's why I'm gonna.
The driver's license expired 6 months. Okay.
That is correct. And here's why I'm asking for pretrial services. First of all, Judge, it's a moped. And as you know, prior to the end of October 1990, you could drive a moped under 49 cc's without having a license. Many of the people are sold these licenses for Uber and DoorDash and sold them and told they don't need a license because many people don't know.
Pretrial PTS, alternate 150 on both traffic cases. And then on the bench warrant case, it'll be ROR because he did not receive notice. We're updating your address, sir. But I am entering an NDO, so a no drive order. You're not to drive until you have a valid driver's license. You understand everything I've just told you?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Could you please translate because he's telling me he needs.
Warren, can you please translate that?
What was the last thing, Your Honor? Because when he started, I
drive orders to drive until he receives a valid driver's license.
Absolutely.
And I've updated the address so he's going to receive notice.
Muy bien, señor. El juez le ordenó a usted que usted no puede manejar hasta que tenga licencia válida de conducir. Si usted maneja, eso lo encuentra en desacato, es un desafío de la orden del juez y tiene consecuencias. También actualizaron la dirección suya para que reciba a la dirección que usted dio el correo.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Programa es gratis. No paga fianza. Programa es gratis.
No vas a pagar fianza, te va a dejar salir. ROR, Your Honor?
No, it's pretrial services.
Ok, sorry. El programa previo servicio a juicio, pero lo va a sacar sin tener que pagar fianza monetaria o seguro que el juez le dio una fianza alterna en caso.
So let me be clear, just for the record. It's ROR'd on the bench warrant case because he did not receive notice, and it's pretrial services, alternate standard bond on the 2 new cases.
Ok, Judge. Thank you so much, Your Honor. Para clarificarle, señor, en el caso de la orden de arresto, lo está dejando salir bajo su propia palabra porque usted dijo que no recibió el aviso. Por favor, déjeme terminar. Y en los otros 2 casos fue donde lo dio el programa Confianza Alterna.
Okay.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias. Hasta luego.
Emmanuel Chunchai Bunchu.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, he has a new felony. He's going to be on your bond hearing calendar. It's selling cocaine from 1,000 feet from a school.
Okay. You failed to appear for arraignment before Judge Gonzalez. However, why is that?
Sir?
On November 8th of.
You did.
On November 8th, why is that?
I didn't receive the mail for
Which
the
What is your address?
The address is 39500 Southwest 212 Avenue.
395?
39500 Southwest 212 Avenue.
Apartment or house?
House.
And what's the city?
On state of Florida.
Any objection to?
We're gonna ask for the bond, the warrant amount being converted to bond.
Judge, he didn't get the notice. He got felonies coming up. Let's give him either, what, I don't know what you're gonna do on the felonies. We give him $1 bond. If you decide to put him on pretrial services on the felony, you can include our $1 bond on your felony.
All right, it's gonna be $1 bond. All right. Sir, I'm also entering a no drive order, which means that you are not to drive until you get a valid driver's license. If you fail to comply with that order, you may be held in contempt of court, which could result in your imprisonment or a fine, or a fine. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Leonard Gregory Morley.
Mr. Morley has a new felony, fleeing, eluding police officer, resisting officer without violence. He's going to be on your bond hearing calendar. He's also a fugitive from Jacksonville County for child support, $250 cash purge.
$1 bonds? $1 bond. All right. So, Mr. Morley, you were charged with one count of not having a vehicle registration and one count of driving with license suspended, knowingly. I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing. I am finding probable cause at this time. Any objection to $1 bond, Mr. Gordon?
No, none at all.
$1 bond.
Each case, Your Honor.
And sir, I'll see you in a few minutes. I'm also entering an order, a no drive order, okay? What that means is that you are not to drive. You are not to drive until you have a valid driver's license. If you fail to comply with that order, you may be held in contempt of court. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do we have Michael Vidarius Gaines?
Gaines, come on.
Something, Your Honor. I think it's 52. No objection to our warrants in this case.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Gaines, you were charged. Well, actually, you're here on a bench warrant because you failed to appear for an arraignment before Judge Alvarez Zane. Why is that?
Honestly, I was being a kid and not paying attention to it and just looking at it like it was just something just to be there.
So I'm going to convert the bond to $150.
Thank you.
All right. Let me ask you this, sir. Do you have what's your current address?
Say it again. Can you repeat yourself?
What is your current address?
My current address 1336.
Okay, so same place.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. It's going to be a $150 bond. I'm also entering a no drive order, so you are not to drive until you have a valid driver's license. If you fail to comply with this order, you may be held in contempt of court, which may result in your imprisonment and/or fine. Sir, you're going to receive notice of your next court date at that address you provided. It's your address and license. If you fail to appear, another bench warrant will be issued. At the following setting, you may not get so lucky. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Please make sure you go to the next hearing so you can resolve your case.
All right, thank you.
And get a valid driver's license. Thank you, sir. Do we have Enrique Javier Diaz? Oh, wow. That's a lot of mine.
He's going to be on your bond hearing calendar. He has a new felony, registration, motor vehicle.
Yep. I have it here. All right, Mr. Diaz, you've been charged here with not having a vehicle registration. I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing.
Judge, before you go, he needs the services of the interpreter.
Yes, Your Honor, here. Señor, primero que nada, usted ha sido, le asignaron el abogado de oficio, ha sido acusado de no tener la matrícula del vehículo, la registración.
Or any objection to any PC argument, Ms. Gordon?
¿Algún argumento, señora Gordon? No.
I am finding probable cause. Any objection to $1 bond? $1 bond. All right. It's going to be a $1 bond, all right?
Muy bien, señor. No hay ninguna objeción a que le fijen una fianza de $1 en este caso.
I'm going to see you on the felony calendar in a few minutes, but I am entering a no drive order, which means that you are not to drive until you have a valid driver's license. Do you understand?
Señor, yo lo voy a ver en el calendario de delito mayor en unos minutos, pero estoy emitiendo una orden que no puede manejar. Significa que no puede manejar hasta que no tenga licencia válida. ¿Entiende usted eso, señor? Señor, ¿entiende?
Sí.
Yes.
Thank you.
Gracias.
All right, I have Francisco Paz Medina.
Mr. Paz, come in. Ven aquí, por favor.
Medina, ¿habla inglés?
No.
That's Spanish, Your Honor.
So, sir, you failed to appear on May 26th of 2022 before Judge Cuervo for a report. Why is that?
Señor, usted no cumplió en comparecer frente al juez Cuervo en mayo 26 del 2022. ¿Por qué fue que no fue ahí al tribunal?
Yo no recuerdo ese día.
I do not remember that day.
What's your address, sir?
¿Cuál es su dirección, señor?
1330 Southway. 94 Col.
¿Eso es casa, apartamento?
Casa.
¿Sabe el código postal?
33134.
That address is 13305 Southwest 99th Court, Miami, Florida 33134.
Can you repeat that again, Mr. Moore? I'm sorry.
Absolutely, Your Honor. 13305 Southwest 99th Court, Miami, Florida 33134.
I'm sorry. I believe I need some clarification. I'm not sure
No.
99th court or
94th Court, Your
or
Honor.
74th court. 74th.
Oye, por favor, señor, ¿puede repetir? Es 74, 94, ¿cuál es?
74.
Okay, it's 74th Court, Your Honor, to clarify the record. Thank you, Ms. Gordon.
So it's, repeat it, 13305 Northwest 74th Court.
Señor, usted dijo 13305 Northwest 94 Court o Southwest?
Southwest.
Southwest, Your Honor.
1330.
I'm going to repeat it 1 minute.
Okay, un momentico. Your Honor, he's saying something different now. He's saying
Right.
1330.
That is
Southwest, 1330, Southwest. ¿Qué más? 1330 Southwest, ¿qué más, señor?
74 Col.
74th Court, Your Honor.
Repeat it again. I want to make sure we're clear.
Quiero asegurar que está claro, el juez lo va a repetir de nuevo. Go ahead, Your Honor.
330 Southwest 74th Court.
Muy bien, la dirección es 1330 Southwest 74 Court. ¿Correcto, señor?
Sí.
Yes, that's correct.
This is what I'm going to do. I was about to R him, but I want to make sure it's good. So pretrial services alternate 150, okay?
Muy bien, el programa Servicios Previo a Juicio, confianza alterna de $150.
You have two cases, Your Honor, a new one and a bench warrant?
Yeah, it's going to be the same on both, okay?
Yes.
Va a ser lo mismo para ambos casos.
Sir, you're not to drive, understand? Until you have a valid driver's license.
Señor, ¿entiende usted que usted no puede manejar hasta que tenga licencia válida de conducir? Responde en voz alta.
Sí.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, sir.
How much was each?
It's
Gracias, señor.
150.
an NDO. And I've got Roberto Marfil.
Roberto Martil. I apologize, Judge. I don't know what's going on today with words.
I'm having a hard time hearing too, so no worries. Mr. Marfil, you failed to appear before Judge Alvarez Sane for a trial. on March 18th, 2025. Why is that?
I have a DCF case that just opened up, and I'm attending the children and family classes and stuff like that. I missed that court date. I do know I missed it.
Okay. Are you receiving notice? You still reside at 19851 Southwest 114th Avenue?
No, sir.
He's homeless.
I'm homeless at the moment. I'm sleeping in front of a church on 25th East 11th Street.
Okay. Any objection to, well, hold on. Can we put traffic on the homeless calendar?
Yes, we can.
Traditionally had an issue with that at one point.
No, but Judge Corselli didn't have an issue with it.
He didn't? Okay. I mean, it wasn't when I was in charge of homeless, it wasn't because I didn't want to. It was because we literally didn't have access to the system at that time. Let me let's go ahead and do this. He doesn't have it. There's no logistical issue. I'll go ahead and I'll place it in the home.
This is Roberto Luis.
This is Roberto Marfield. Okay? We're gonna go ahead and place him on the homeless calendar to appear on June 25 at 9 a.m. Courtroom 6-7. I think it was the clerks that had an issue with it, right, Marcus?
We just special setting, Judge. If she knows, maybe it's in the spirit.
I think it was a spirit thing, yeah.
But I'm gonna manually enter it.
Okay.
So,
All right.
For the
So,
record,
I am ordering you to appear on that date. If you fail to appear, a bench warrant will be issued for your arrest. You understand?
Yes, sir.
I'm also entering a no drive order. Just heard you say that you're sleeping. I don't know if you said in the car. Do not drive the vehicle until you have a valid driver's license. You understand?
Yes, sir. I got a bus card at the moment, so I'm good.
Your Honor, for the record, that's an ROR.
The ROR.
Good. Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay.
that's your copy.
No. All right. Anything else?
Nothing from defense.
You heard me when I told you that Sylvester Lewis refused reset for tomorrow? Okay, thank you.
All right. Excellent. We'll start felonies in a little bit. Thank you.
Well, Judge, I want to say it has been a pleasure being before you.
It's good to see you again, Miss Gordon.
Are you taking a couple of minutes, Your Honor, to set up?
I'm going to take a 5-minute break.
Okay, excellent, Your Honor. I'll be right at 5. Thank you.
So we will be starting when I get back in 5 minutes.
Okay, and I also want to say bye to counsel. And I also want to say bye to counsel as well. And it's been a pleasure with you too.
Absolutely, Miss Gordon. Thank you. Have
Absolutely.
a good afternoon.
Yep.
Your Honor, this is Jose Herrera. I have a client on your felony bond calendar. I just want to make sure I guess.
I don't have cases yet, so when I get back, you know, we'll take it out. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Of course, yeah. She's one of their more experienced attorneys. That's why they have her handle PK bonds.
Okay. Good form for any timeline.
Yeah, you want it back? Yeah.
Hours, unfortunately.
Yes, sir. But I apologize.
No, it's fine.
I was trying to find the name of the store, so I looked it up on Google. I couldn't find the name of the store, so I just put the address.
Okay.
I typically like put the name of the store,
Yeah.
with the address, because sometimes these are like a plaza or whatever. But I looked at the address online. It was one business location. It's not like a plaza, so.
Okay. No, it's all right. So,
Typically, they'll put it on the back of the arrest form, like the victim is this business or whatever. And we don't have
So
last page.
the other part, yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
He's aware of it.
Oh. Oh man.
Were you here?
Bro, I got I'm here because I got punished.
Oh, yeah, we call it. Sometimes I heard there's the monetary incentive.
There are for some people. This was not one of those situations. Some people do provide a monetary incentive to get themselves out of bonds, though.
Right.
And some people are willing to make an extra couple $100, just to come do this.
Yeah.
It's the price of your freedom.
I would say it's an opportunity card.
I'll be honest. I like it. I like doing bonds, but when everything was moving, right?
Exactly. That well, yeah, that was the only time I've ever seen that happen. Everybody that found out about that was like, "Hey, I heard you had a really rough Friday." I was like, "Shit, I'm so bad for us." No, yeah, no, even like the felony people heard about it. Like the people that had just gotten moved up from county like a few months ago, they saw me in the courtroom that Monday and they were like, "Hey, I heard you had a rough Friday." I'm like, "Bro, get away from me."
It's like, Tracy was in Restanda when they got to 1 a.m. And he comes in the next morning and he's holding his coffee and they're talking to him. He goes, "Don't talk to me, man. Leave me alone."
I heard about that. Yeah, they took a trial at 1 a.m. That's crazy. That's crazy. No, he's great. When they told me that yesterday, I was like, "Thank the Lord. God is good." God is good.
You're here tomorrow or no?
No, bro, ain't no way.
Because tomorrow was going to be golden.
Really?
Really?
Oh, wow. Okay. Tomorrow you got a good ASA too. Sarah Moe can come in. She was in Union, she's now the CTA in Resentencing, so.
Let's hope it's quick. And since he's ex-military, so no nonsense.
That should be. Yeah, so I'm here for that.
I believe there's. Why do you get punished for being good? I don't understand that.
I say it all the time. Say it all the time. It's
Does it bring up a question? Medals do for it. I mean,
my stack of mistakes and then the stack of good that I've done. That's basically where we're at right now. And the stack is why I'm getting punished. Yeah.
the little stack you're talking about.
It's very frustrating as a young professional trying to find their way.
It was, I believe it was an experiment that Wednesday did. That he put the times tables, just the nice times tables, and he put one of them wrong. And everybody focused on the one I was wrong, so all those I was right. Exactly. To prove to them. Yeah, I know it's not. I did that on purpose. But y'all were all way too focused on who's wrong rather than who's right.
Yes, yeah, 3 counts. Oh no, I got a lot of advocates. That's the problem. They just outside the organization.
My real estate instructor used to say, the written lies do not.
Absolutely.
That's what my man Savage used to say too.
Right.
And let me tell you about this instructor. He set up his office and associates. Okay, the other thing, hey, great, whatever. There were no desks. They all had to work standing up around the office. You're not going to be on in the office. You got to
Keep the pressure on.
Yeah, pressure on. Nope. Yeah. You want office. It's a function study.
Awesome. You sure? Look down the room. Yeah. Don't go to felonies, yeah. Felony you first and then felony.
Yeah, so his
That's what 9.
it's a
Yeah, they didn't make the calendars.
And unfortunately, they don't want.
they arrest, I guess.
We surrendered them at 5 a.m. on the TGK, so, but you know, that takes the process, right? And we figured they're not going to make a warning calendar. But only to find out there's no after.
Yeah.
That was a surprise.
So now you'll have to just stay for today, I guess, and go tomorrow.
If some miracle doesn't happen, you kind of close. And you know, you prep the clients. When it's a self-surrender, you tell them, you know, yeah, hey, look, guys, it's just a man, you'll be out, you know, by the afternoon. So yeah, and you know, great news from this. Now it's like 4th night, which is a shock for that.
Did you tell them?
No,
Yeah. So now.
This is, we're ready to begin, so there is questions.
There you go.
Can you hear me now? Has everyone been sworn in? Nope. All right, go ahead.
No.
Jake?
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. Raise your right hand.
Todo el mundo póngase de pie, levante su mano derecha para ser juramentados, por favor.
Do you swear from the testimony you are about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So say I do.
Juro, afirma, el testimonio que va a dar será la verdad, toda la verdad, nada más que la verdad, en voz alta, ¿sí?
Yes. Okay. I have Arnaldo Luis Martinez, F259218. Let's go ahead and start with appearances, please. Appearances?
ASA Perez and on behalf of the state.
Your Honor.
Hunter Wiles, ASA Hunter Wiles on behalf of the state.
Yeah, this one I read the A from.
Rebecca Corey, Assistant Public Defender. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Your Honor, just so you're aware, we don't have a copy of the arrest warrant. I did read the copy that's in front of Your Honor prior, so if there's any questions, I would just need to take a look.
This is a writing, correct?
Yes, it's a writing.
I have Arnaldo Luis Martinez. Sir, you were charged with 1 count of aggravated battery on a person 65 or older and armed burglary with assault or battery. I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you for this hearing.
Judge, I would ask that you release Mr. Martinez outright. This is past the 48-hour period for Florida Rule of Criminal Procedure 3.133. Mr. Martinez was arrested according to the arrest form on May the 7th, 2025 at 2:54 in the morning. He has not appeared on any of the calendars since then. This is his first time that the case is printing out on any of the calendars.
Well, he's in front of me now.
Yes,
Is there any problem?
he's here now.
Yes. Is there any problem?
However, there should have been a probable cause hearing held within 48 hours of his arrest, and he has not been brought before the court. His arrest form has not been reviewed by the court judge, which is a violation of Rule 3.133. And Section 4 indicates if a probable cause is not found or the specified time periods are not complied. Yes, sir.
What's the rule?
3.133.
No, I'm not gonna release him outright at this time. Do you have any probable cause argument as to the allegations within the A form?
Yes, Judge. Number one, I want to note my objection for Your Honor holding a probable cause hearing at this time since it's past the 48-hour period, and subsection 4 requires that the defendant shall be released from custody unless an information or indictment has been filed. At this point, I know of no information or indictment being filed. With regard to count 1, Judge, there's nothing indicating age of the alleged victim in the case. And with regard to count 2, he's charged with burglary with an assault or battery armed. Essentially, Judge, he had been in the car, so it looks like he had been welcomed in the car and just gotten out at one point when he was arguing allegedly with his father. So there's nothing indicating he didn't have permission to be in the car at any time, Judge. So there appears to be no probable cause for any sort of burglary. If anything, it looks like an aggravated battery at best.
There's no age on.
There's no age. Oh, yes, Your Honor, because that's because we're missing the last page of the arrest form. The last page of the arrest form would have the age of the defendant. Just because counsel is not equipped with the age of the defendant does not mean that the offense was not committed. the age of the victim would still stand. That's not an element of, knowledge is not an element of the crime. The person has to be 65 or older. The date of birth would provide that. Testimony would be provided in a court setting, which would satisfy that element.
Actually, should we just reset for PCH?
For what purpose, Your Honor?
To prove that if you want to show that that the individual is over 65. I don't have that information in front of me.
If we could just look up the full arrest form, we would be able to find that at this moment.
Judge, I don't see it in the four corners of the arrest form has to be sworn to. There's no sworn statement indicating the age.
Arrest form would include the last page. We were not provided with the last page.
And while we're here, let me ask some corrections. Why hasn't it been brought out earlier?
Why isn't that?
Can someone tell me, give me an answer to that?
In Ward D, Your Honor.
Okay.
So Judge, even if his body is in Ward D, he's entitled to a probable cause hearing. The arrest form, we have day after day, we have persons who are in Ward D and their arrest form is on calendar and the judge makes a probable cause finding at that time.
I've done, this is not my first rodeo, Ms. Corey. I've done probable cause, done first appearance hearings many times. Usually it's 4D is written on the form and then it's reset for the next calendar. You are correct.
Judge, but the judge does make a probable cause finding and reads the affidavit at the time because that is one of the requirements in 3.133, Judge.
Miss Judge Glazer sometimes does.
Your Honor, additionally, I mean, I just read this. I'm sorry, I glanced over it. The first sentence says that the son or the defendant is the son of the victim. He would be well aware of the age of the victim.
You're free to file information or indictment right now. It's going to be finding probable cause for aggravated battery, but not for elderly because it's not an age form. Very good. All right.
Is that it?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, we're looking at the full arrest form now. The last page of the arrest form does state the date of birth of the victim. They were born in the year 1955. That means they are 7 years old right now.
Your Honor, I don't have a copy of whatever it is the state is talking about.
Either way,
I have a feeling it's not sworn to because there's 2 pages that are sworn to. It has to be a sworn statement from the officer. And the factual basis.
An attachment to the arrest form. I am going to go ahead and I'll find probable cause. Finding PC for number 2 as well. State what you're requesting.
Senator Vaughn, Your Honor. Is it to be set?
This is awareness. It's not on my bond calendar.
To be said.
Judge, Mr. Martinez indicates he has another place to stay with another relative. Would Your Honor consider? I do object to a probable cause finding may be made at this time. However, since Your Honor has found probable cause, I would be asking at this point for house arrest at his aunt's house. I see no record. Looks like he wasn't positively identified. I have no record for him, Judge.
Any objection to $5,000 in each count and house arrest?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, this is what I'm going to do. It's going to be $5,000 on count 1, $5,000 on count 2, plus house arrest. Is he currently employed?
No, Judge.
Okay. House arrest level 2. Also, I want to stay with her.
One was filled out, Your Honor.
One was filled out?
Yeah. No.
No, this is the one.
I apologize. This is the
writing. So I want you to pay very close attention to me, all right, Mr. Martinez. The following conditions will apply upon your release from custody. You're not to engage in any criminal activity. You're not to use or possess any illegal drugs. You're not to use, purchase, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, or ammunition. Any that you have must be immediately surrendered to the nearest police department upon your release from custody. What is it, the AV's name?
Your Honor, the AV's name is Luis Martinez.
You are prohibited from having any direct or indirect contact with the alleged victim in this case, which is also Luis
The defendant is Arnaldo Luis Martinez, and then the victim is his father, Luis
You are
Martinez.
not to have any direct or indirect contact with them. That contact includes in person, in writing, through third parties, through social media, through telephone, through any means. You are to stay at least 500 feet away from him, his person, his place of employment, his residence, or anywhere he may be. I'm going to allow you to return the property one time accompanied by a law enforcement officer. It is incumbent upon you to coordinate that visit with the nearest police department. You have 48 hours from your release from custody to do so. If you violate the stay away at any time, you may be held in contempt of court. Do you understand everything I have just told you, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you have any questions?
Not at this moment.
All right, sir. All right. I've got stay away right now. Let's go ahead and call next case. I have Antonio Scott Jr.
Added charge, Your Honor.
Yep. And we're going to call a few cases out of turn in a moment. Mr. Antonio Scott, you were charged with an additional charge of domestic violence battery by strangulation. We're appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing. Any probable cause argument, Ms. Corey?
No, Judge, just please note that this is from 2022.
Okay, it is noted. I am finding probable cause at this time. State, what are you requesting?
Sorry, Your Honor. We're trying to find the bond packet for Mr. Scott. Can you just give us one moment?
Is he currently being held or anything else right now?
Yeah.
He has open case F-24 2 people.
What's on in that case?
On F-24 23434. 1 second, Your Honor. He received a bond of 13.5, Your Honor. 13.5.
Okay. That's 13,500 or 13,500. What is 13,500?
And is he held no bond in the F-23 case?
13,500.
Probation violation. Hold no bond.
Did you do $1,000 bond, Judge, for this? It's a delayed arrest.
You said $1,000 bond?
Yes, Judge.
It'll be a $1,000 bond plus house arrest level 2. Okay. I'm also entering a state order. So, sir, the following conditions will apply upon your release from custody. You're not to engage in any criminal activity. You're not to use or possess any illegal drugs. You're not to use, purchase, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, or ammunition. Any that you have must be immediately surrendered to the nearest police department. You are prohibited from having any direct or indirect contact with the alleged victim in this case, which is Tasha Cadet. And contact includes in person, in writing, through third parties, through social media, or through any other means. You are to stay at least 500 feet away from her, her person, her place of employment, her residence, or anywhere she may be. Do you have any questions with respect to anything I just said?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, Cesar Garcia, F259387.
Added charge, Your Honor.
Mr. Cohen, what case are you hearing again?
Michael Morton, Judge.
Michael Morton. Can we pull Michael Morton?
Case number F25009398.
Can we? Your Honor, Michael Morton. We're gonna call that one next. Right now I have Cesar Leandro Garcia.
Doesn't speaks English?
Mr. Garcia, you have an added charge of grand theft in the 3rd degree. Appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing. Any PST argument?
No, Judge.
All right, having reviewed the A form, I am finding probable cause at this time. State.
I can't hear the state at all. I don't know if the microphone's not.
Correct. Standard bond, you need to put your microphone on to wish to be heard.
I apologize.
Standard bond, do you have any objection to that?
No, Judge.
All right, standard bond of $2,500. Mr. Garcia, I want you to pay very close attention to me because I am entering a stay away order as well. Okay, you are to stay away from the AV in this case, the alleged victim, with initials AS, date of birth October 21st, 1962. You understand? You understand, sir? I can't hear you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Got any questions? No questions? All right, thank you, sir. I have Michael Morton, F259398.
Thank you, Judge. Brad Cohen on behalf of Michael Morton. I don't see him yet, but it's case number 25009398, as you said, Judge.
What page is this on? Michael Morton?
Page 7.
Page 7.
We're on Michael Morton, Your Honor? Okay.
Mr. Morton, good morning to you, sir.
Good morning.
It starts with one count of aggravated battery of a pregnant victim, one count of strong arm robbery, and one count of criminal mischief, $1,000 or more. Your private attorney is present before the court, Mr. Brad Cohen. Any probable cause argument, sir?
Judge, I don't know if the police report notes it. We've been in contact with the police department for a couple weeks. This case is about 4 or 5 months old, and the victim provided an affidavit to the police recanting her statement about 2 weeks ago. The officer said he was going to put into his report and note that the victim recanted her statement in regards to all of the allegations. But
I can certainly appreciate all of that, Mr. Cohen, but I have two things that I'm concerned about right now. Number one, domestic violence situations, victims often recant their stories and change their story. But number two, and the most important part, is that I'm not here to litigate the merits of this case.
I know that, Judge. I'm just wondering if it was in the PC report, because
these are serious allegations. Therefore, I am finding probable cause as to all 3 counts. What is the state requesting in light of what Mr. Cohen has just expressed?
Given what Mr. Cohen has expressed, Your Honor, he is an officer of the court, so I do believe counsel. However, we would be asking for standard bond on the criminal mischief case, and as to the strong arm robbery and aggravated battery on a pregnant woman, we would ask that both those bond amounts be set at $5,000 each.
Okay, Mr. Cohen.
Judge, that's not objectionable as long as it's not house arrest. But the other thing is, Judge, that I wanted to address, those bonds are fine. The other thing I wanted to address, Judge, is with the stay away order. They've been together for the past 5 months after this incident, this alleged incident. They've been together for the past 5 months. I know the court wants a stay away order. She's about 8 months pregnant, and she has no family in this area except for his family and himself. I don't know if you would consider no harmful contact as opposed to no contact. She's going to give birth in the next 30 days. And I know that I don't think I'm going to get into before a court in the next 30 days because I am leaving out of the country on the 20th of May. So I'm asking the court to consider no harmful contact instead of no contact at all.
We're going to object, Your Honor.
Okay, yeah, because of the allegations, I can't do that. He's lucky I'm not setting house arrest because that was my initial inclination.
I understand, Judge.
$5,000 bond on counts 1 and 2 each, and $2,500 on count 3. But I am going to enter a stay with her at this time.
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate it. It's good to see you, Judge, and thank you to the state.
All right, but I want you to actually, this is not the right stay with her. I need another one. Sir, I want you to pay close attention to me, Mr. Scott. Or yeah, the information. Mr. Gordon, excuse me. The following conditions will apply upon your release from custody. You don't have to engage in any criminal activity. You don't have to use or possess any illegal drugs. You don't have to use, purchase, possess, or carry any firearms, any guns, any weapons, or ammunition. Any that you have must be immediately surrendered to the nearest police department upon your release from custody, and a receipt must be filed with the court. You are also prohibited from having any direct or indirect contact with the alleged victim in the case, which is the
alleged victim in this case, Your Honor, is
it's right there on the table.
I apologize. Yes, it is
Cynthia Cortez.
Correct.
Cynthia Cortez. You not have any direct or indirect contact with Cynthia Cortez. That contact includes in person, writing through third parties, or social media, for any other means. You are to stay at least 100 feet away from her, her first or placing employment, her residence, or anywhere she may be. Because I understand that you live together and you currently live together, I'm gonna allow you to return to the property one time accompanied by a law enforcement officer. It is incumbent upon you to coordinate that visit with the nearest police department to that residence, okay? You have 48 hours to do that. They will accompany you to the property, and you'll be able to retrieve your personal belongings. Do you understand everything I have just said to you, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, do you have any questions?
No, sir.
Judge, I just have one other thing if I can address the court. Actually, two other things. One is, do you think the state can email me the A form? We don't have a copy of the A form. If the state could provide that to me, I would appreciate it.
Yes, counsel, can I please?
Why don't you put your email address in the chat and
I'm doing. And then the other thing is, Judge, when we say no third party contact, his family is the one who's taking her back and forth to the.
I understand, but just make sure that they're not sending messages from him. Okay.
Just want to make it clear. Thank you, Judge. You're wise like Solomon. I appreciate it.
Bradford Cohen.
Bradford Cohen. Thank you. I'm just looking him up on the Florida bar so I can get his email.
Okay. There we go.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Take care.
All right. Take care, everyone. Let me see. Kaisak Daquan Hill, F2599390.
Charge, Your Honor.
All right.
Last name was Hill.
Hill. Mr. Hill, you were charged. This is an additional charge of a battery by detainee on a visitor or other detainee. Appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing. Any probable cause argument, Ms. Corey?
No, Judge.
I am finding probable cause at this time. State what you're requesting.
Standard bond, Your Honor.
That's a what?
I'd ask for 2,500. That's typically what Judge Glazer says.
Yeah.
2,500, Your Honor.
2,500. All right.
I can't find it.
Hill. All right, let's go to Christopher D'Angelo Lemons.
Take this out wherever you found him.
Lemons refused, Your Honor. These are their charges.
Okay, so this will be reset.
What was the last name?
Lemons.
Please reset. Refused, reset.
Reset tomorrow. 5 and 10.
Judge, he's being held. Mr. Lemons is being held on other cases. I'm okay waiving his presence if you are.
Do you have any objections to that?
Yes, Your Honor, we would object.
Okay. All right. It'll be reset tomorrow. It'll be in front of the I don't know who's doing it tomorrow. Might be.
They just add up. That's why.
Yeah.
Can't have awesome. Perfect. No, wait. Right? Okay, this one. Is it mine? I think it's tomorrow.
Mitchell Hernandez.
Is an added charge, Your Honor. On his misdemeanor, he received CTS.
Okay. Mr. Hernandez, you were charged with one count of failing to report or change your residence or name as a career offender offense. I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing. Any PC argument, Ms. Corey?
No, Judge.
I'm finding probable cause at this time. State what you're requesting.
Your Honor, we would ask for elevated bond not elevated bond. We would ask that bond be set at $5,000. He is a career criminal. He recently was sentenced to 5 years back in 2019. He knew he had to register. He failed to do so. We would ask that bond be set at $5,000.
Judge, the fact that he's a career criminal is one of the elements of the charges. It's nothing really increasing the basis for it. I'd ask for standard bond, which is 2,500, Judge. He would have to report when he gets out.
Is he currently employed? When was he released from prison?
So, Your Honor, I can see here that that case was closed on May 10th of 2019. He served a 5-year sentence. So that means he would have gotten out around May of last year. So he's been out for probably a year now at this point.
What were the charges on that?
The charge was, it says escape before October 1st, 2019. So I would imagine that means prisoner escapee before October 1st, 2019.
All right, it's gonna be 2,500 plus house arrest level 3.
2,100.
All right.
2,500?
2,500 plus house arrest level 3. All right.
I'm not sure house arrest can take him as homeless, Judge.
Your office can work with TAP and the other.
Judge TAP, are you granting TAP?
I know.
If you're granting TAP, I'll take TAP.
Your office does work with other homeless shelters here. I misspoke. Sorry.
So that's 2,500 plus house arrest, Your Honor.
There's homeless shelters. I don't know if he can go to a homeless shelter as a clerk.
You can. I've done it. Christopher Lamora.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but clarification, because you were cut off.
$2,500 plus house arrest level 3.
Thank you.
Christopher Lamora. Sorry, sir.
Ward D, Your Honor, reset for tomorrow. Ward D.
That Ward D. Ward D. Reset. 510. Okay. Got Rory Darian Tung, 259385.
But Judge, on Mr. Lamar, did you review the arrest warrant for probable?
I'm resetting it for tomorrow. It'll be addressed by the.
So you won't address the probable cause issues?
I won't address it right now. It'll be addressed by the.
I'll make a note. Thank you.
Yes.
Chung refused, Your Honor.
Chung refused. All right. We also reset tomorrow.
Judge, I'm okay waiving his presence so that these don't stack up. Judge Glazer usually ends up with 20 extra resets.
I understand what Judge
Our long days.
Yeah, this brand new Judge.
Okay, it's in.
That's not what I.
Right here. That's not what, Judge? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
It's being reset.
Okay, Judge.
Donald Hanks, F2599263.
Defendant refused, Your Honor. Reset for tomorrow.
Judge, I'm okay waiving his presence.
I understand, but the state has already lost an objection.
And Judge, are you reviewing for probable cause?
I'm not. You don't have to ask.
You're refusing to review for probable cause?
I'm going to be resetting it for tomorrow. It'll be reviewed by the judge tomorrow. Javon Alexander Washington, F2599407.
He refused, Your Honor.
Okay, reset for tomorrow. I'm not reviewing for probable cause. It'll be reviewed by the judge tomorrow. Right, I have Marquise Armstrong, F2599386.
He refused as well, Your Honor. Reset for tomorrow.
Refused, reset, 510.
And are you refusing to review for probable cause?
Yeah. So I have here is Maris Ladies Escalante Perez, F2599399. The first one.
Right, it's good. Sit down.
Okay. I don't know what says riot.
Hey, scooter or something? You're on a ride scooter. That just seems like a theft drawing.
Grand theft over 750.
Yep. 3,500 in total around counter.
We'll need the Spanish interpreter, please.
Okay. Ms. Escalante Perez, you were charged with 1 count of grand theft over 750, but less than 5,000. I guess what it says riot here. We're appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing.
Buenos días, señora. Usted la han arrestado por hurto, hurto mayor y fue una cantidad de más de 750, pero menos de 5,000 y dice aquí que eran con equipo de motín, de disturbios. Así que voy a nombrar a los abogados de oficio que la representen.
APC argument?
Yes, Judge, there's no riot.
Yes. So, agreed. It's going to be a probable cause for grand theft.
I would ask for probable for pretrial services for Ms. Escalante.
¿Algún argumento de la defensa? Sí, juez, no hubo ningún disturbio ni motín. Estoy de acuerdo. Entonces va a ser motivo fundado para hurto mayor. Su abogada pide que la dejen salir a través del programa.
All right, any objection? They're asking for PTS.
Pretrial services,
Alternate.
did she qualify? Yes, no objection, Your Honor.
The pretrial services alternate.
Standards 2,500.
What was the alternate?
Alternate 2500.
All right, 2,700.
Entonces va a salir a través del programa o alternativamente una fianza de 2,500.
I'm also entering a stay away order, so man, you want to stay away from the Macy's located at 1777 West 49th Street, Hialeah, Florida. Do you understand?
También emito una orden de alejamiento, señora, se tiene que alejar, no puede regresar al Macy's en la 1777 del oeste de la calle 49 en Hialeah. ¿Usted entiende? ¿Entiende?
Sí.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, I have Alicia Latrice Pringle.
Es todo.
I'm down, Your Honor.
One down?
One out.
That was for Alicia, Your Honor.
That was for Alicia.
Alicia, yeah, you can just check off on that.
We have Desire Prater. Prater? Desire Prater. Ma'am, you are charged with one count of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing. Ms. Corey, any probable cause argument?
No, Judge.
All right. Have you reviewed the form? I am finding probable cause at this time. State, what are you requesting?
Asking for
Standard bond.
standard bond, Your Honor.
Ms. Corey, you wish to be heard?
Judge, Ms. Prater lives on disability. Would Your Honor consider a reduction of bond? I see no prior record for her, Judge. Just a no action from 20.
Any objection to
32 years ago.
$3,500.
We are going to object, Your Honor. It seems that the victim and the defendant live together, and the facts of the case make us.
Okay. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to lower the bond to $2,500, but I am adding house arrest. 2,500 plus house arrest level 3. And I'm also entering a stay away order.
2,500 house arrest.
So, Ms. Prater, you were to stay away from Frederick Carter or Prater?
I wrote it based on how it was on the A form, Your Honor.
Okay.
There may have been a typo, but because it seems too close.
Do you understand that you were to stay away from your husband?
Yes.
All right. Get me the correct stay away order. Ma'am, I'm going to go ahead and read to you the order of pretrial release conditions. You're going to be released upon your release from custody. The following conditions will apply. You are not to engage in any criminal activity. You're not to use or possess any illegal drugs. You're not to use, purchase, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, or ammunition. Any that you have must be immediately surrendered to the nearest police department. You are to stay away and not have any direct or indirect contact with the alleged victim in the case, which is
Frederick Prater, I apologize.
okay. That contact includes in person, in writing, through third parties, or through any social media or anybody else. Okay. You are to stay at least 100 feet away from them, their person, their place of employment, or wherever he may be. I am going to allow you to return to the property one time, accompanied by a law enforcement officer. It is incumbent upon you to coordinate that visit with the nearest police department. They'll accompany you to the house. We'll retrieve your personal belongings, and then that'll be that. Okay. Do you understand everything I've just said?
Judge, apparently her husband does not live there.
Yeah, he doesn't
Okay.
live there.
So if he doesn't live there, then she can go back to the house.
Perfect. Thank you, Judge.
But seems that they're married. That's why I'm going to go ahead and check that off. Okay.
350.
So as long as they're living together, then this order applies.
Either way, Your Honor, I checked off that they're spouses or
Yes.
former spouses. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I have Janera Mernice Josie.
Your Honor, this is an added charge.
Okay. All right, Miss Josie, you were charged with one count of aggravated assault with a firearm, one count of discharging a firearm from a vehicle, one count of deadly missile throwing or shooting. I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing. Any PC argument?
No, Judge. She's already being held no bond on another charge, Judge.
Yeah. I am finding probable cause as to all three counts. State, what are you requesting?
You're requesting elevated bond, Your Honor, due to prior violent charges.
As to the aggravated assault with a firearm, it'd be $10,000 plus house arrest level 1. As to the firing out of a vehicle, it will be $25,000 plus house arrest level 1. As to the deadly missile shooting or throwing, it will also be $25,000 plus house arrest level 1. Ma'am, also entering a stay away order. You are to stay away from the individual with the initials SS, date of birth February 28, 1994. Do you understand? You understand?
Yes, I can't. He can see me? Yes, Your Honor, I understand.
Okay. Do you have any questions, ma'am?
No, sir. So
Thank you. All right, we've got Michelle San Pedro. This is reset for PCH.
Yes, Your Honor, she's also out on felony bond F251793.
Oh, got it.
San Pedro. I got it. Who's that? Yeah, no, afternoon. Yeah.
Judge, Ms. San Pedro's here for a probable cause hearing. It was reset.
Okay. So we're here to figure out how the defendant controlled or had custody of the drugs. Is the note I have here, correct?
Yes.
All right. And the detective on, do you please promote the detective to participant?
Yes, this is Detective Hernandez.
All right, sir. Can you please turn your camera on?
Give me 1 second.
Remember there being a 28. Should have been 2,500 each count. It should have been 2,500 each count.
All right, sir. Please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right, thank you. Just tell me your name and your position.
Detective Albert Hernandez. I'm a detective with the crime suppression team of Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office.
All right, state.
Yes, Your Honor. So you're asking for argument as to
probable cause.
Right. So, Your Honor, this detective executed a search warrant granted by Judge Gonzalez Marquez to search the resident of this defendant. As you can see from the arrest form, her permanent address is the location of arrest. A search of the residence revealed multiple drugs.
We're not here for argument. We're here for the factual basis.
We have the detective right on right now.
I apologize. What are you asking for?
You have. Now we're here for a PCH because Judge Glazer put a note that
understood.
What's being argued, or what was being argued yesterday, is how did the defendant have control or custody of the drugs?
And you're asking me to pose the questions to the officer.
This is your.
All right. Detective Hernandez,
yes.
How were you able to determine that this defendant was in possession of these drugs?
During the controlled buys, our informant was able to tell us which rooms belonged to which occupants of the house. After that, post Miranda recorded statement, the room situation was confirmed, and we located the narcotics in question inside of the defendant's room.
So you were able to verify that the room where the narcotics were found is where the defendant or stays within the house.
Yes.
Okay.
It's her bedroom.
Okay.
Do you have any questions, Ms. Corey?
Yes. When you say, detective, that the room situation was confirmed, what information did you have with regard to tying Miss San Pedro to the room where the narcotics?
On top of the post Miranda statement that she gave, that bedroom belonged to her, we also had that information confirmed by our informant.
Do you still have a PC argument, Ms. Corey? Or any other questions for the detective?
No, Judge, nothing regarding to that. I do have one public cause argument for count 3. Nothing is indicating that Miss San Pedro was driving the vehicle. Only
He
that
drove away from the premises and we had surveillance and conducted a traffic stop as she drove away.
Okay.
There's body on camera for it as well.
Anything else, Ms. Corey?
Yes, Judge, with regard to driving while license suspended, third or subsequent conviction, there's nothing in the arrest form indicating her license status.
Detective?
If you want to run her license now, I mean, we ran it on the scene, but it is very much suspended.
Can you run it right now, please? Run the license.
Yes, Your Honor, I can run the license. What is, do you have a license number that someone can provide me?
Is that sufficient, or are you going to continue arguing PC, Ms. Corey?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, Judge.
Are you gonna continue arguing PC based on the testimony that he's just provided?
That would be driving while license suspended, which would be a misdemeanor, Judge.
Yes, no, but with third or subsequent convictions. Detective Hernandez is specifying that they had run the number on scene and that it was 3 or more. Do you have any objection are you still objecting to PC?
I didn't hear him say it was 3 or more. I heard him indicate that it was suspended.
Okay. Detective?
I don't have my computer available in front of me to run her to confirm the amount of suspensions, but I mean,
So
I
I don't have a license number here. I don't see one in the arrest form. I'm trying to look for a traffic turnout somewhere in here, but I'm not seeing.
I'm sorry.
I did. I just ran. Yes. The citation number.
All right. Anything else?
No, Judge.
All right. Detective Hernandez, you're excused. Thank you. All right.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Judge. There's a few more, I believe, defendants, my partners who were with me to make the arrest on the scene. This is all the same case, the same search warrant. But I believe my partners are on the same Zoom court.
Okay. So, Your Honor, we were able to run the license. Her license is currently suspended.
The 3 or more convictions?
She has, that's 1, the withhold on a DISQ. This would not HTO her, Your Honor, so this would go towards her first strike towards a habitual.
So she doesn't have 3 or more?
No.
Just 1 DWS.
Correct.
All right. So what I'm hearing here, Ms. Corey, is you're objecting to PC for count 3 on DWS, correct?
Correct.
All right. So I agree with you. There's only going to be PC for a regular DWS. So count 1, I am finding PC on the remaining counts. Count 1, 2, 4, and 5. Okay. State, what are you requesting?
For counts, or as to the controlled substance possession, Your Honor, we have for standard bond.
Okay. Ms. Corey, you wish to be heard? Standard.
Standard's fine, Judge.
All right. Count 1 and count 2 will be 2,500. Count 3 will be 500. Count 4 will be 500. Count 5 will be 500. Okay?
With the whole, Your Honor.
Hold for what? I'm sorry. Oh, on the other felony. That's correct.
Yes.
And that's F251793. Alessandra Lurimia Kata. All right. Good afternoon. You were charged with 1 count of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and 1 count of battery, domestic violence. I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing. Any probable cause argument, Ms. Corey?
No, Judge.
Okay. I am finding probable cause. State what you're requesting.
So, Your Honor, as to the ag assault, we would ask for standard bond. As to the battery domestic violence, we would be asking for a $10,000 bond, given the facts of the case.
Ms. Corey?
Judge, standard bond for a battery is $1,000. I'd ask for standard bond. There's nothing more egregious in this battery than any other one.
Okay. $5,000 on count one is gonna be $5,000 plus house arrest level 3. On count 2 will be $1,000 plus house arrest level 3. I'm also entering a stay with her. Ma'am, I want you to pay very close attention to me because the following conditions will apply upon your release from custody. You have to engage in any criminal activity. You have to use or possess any illegal drugs. You have to use, purchase, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, or ammunition. Anything you have must be immediately surrendered to the nearest police department. Upon your release from custody, a receipt must also be filed with the court. You are also prohibited from having any direct or indirect contact with the alleged victim in this case, which is Julio Gata. That contact includes in person, writing to third parties, or social media, or through any other means.
Understand, my son is getting ready to go into the army.
Okay. You are also to stay 500 feet away from him, this person, his place of employment, his residence, or anywhere he may be. Do you live together?
Yes, Judge.
And I'm never home because I leave my house around 7 o'clock in the morning. I work in logistics.
So I'm going to allow you to return to the property one time accompanied by a law enforcement officer. It is incumbent upon you to coordinate that visit with the nearest police department. All right? They'll accompany you to retrieve your personal belongings. Do you have any questions with respect to anything I've just said?
Yeah, you guys said it really fast. You guys said it really fast. I'm like.
What? I can repeat it. I have no problem repeating it. What part do you understand, ma'am?
This last part about.
I'm going to allow you to return to the property one time accompanied by a law enforcement officer, okay?
Okay.
For the nearest police department, they will come and give them a copy of the order or tell them you have an order that they will accompany you to the house. You have 48 hours from your release to do that. Then you'll have an opportunity to retrieve your personal belongings, and then they will escort you away from the house, okay? You cannot
What
leave the house.
if my son goes to my mom's house?
As long as you are not in the same house where he is at, that's fine, okay? But remember, you cannot talk to him, contact him in any way, shape, or form, okay?
Got it.
Mr. Schwartz, good morning, or good afternoon, sir.
Judge, good afternoon. How are you?
Excellent, thank you, sir.
We're gonna need to find.
What case
I jumped on because I was told that Sergio Villamizar was put on this afternoon or this morning, although
Okay.
Although his case was already addressed yesterday before Judge Susan.
I don't know. Do we know that that's on today?
Last name?
Villamizar?
He's number 30 on page 10, Your Honor.
Okay, so we're gonna call it out of turn, okay? So just give us a few minutes, Ms. Schwartz, we'll get it off the count. All right, I have Helen Arias Lima, F259330. Good.
Spanish interpreter, please. We're here for a probable cause hearing.
Good afternoon, ma'am. You were charged with 1 count of armed robbery with a firearm or deadly weapon and 1 count of false imprisonment with a deadly weapon. I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing.
Buenos días, y ustedes intérprete. Se le acusa de un cargo de robo a mano armada con arma de fuego o arma mortífera y un cargo de encarcelamiento ilegal con arma mortífera. He nombrado a los abogados de oficio. Estamos aquí para una audiencia de motivo fundado.
Ms. Corey, do you have any probable cause?
Yes, Judge. We're here for a probable cause hearing.
Okay.
¿Tiene argumento de motivo fundado? Sí, estamos aquí para una audiencia de motivo fundado. Ok.
Do we have the I see an attorney as well. Do we have the detectives here?
¿Están aquí los detectives?
So, Ms. Corey, I don't have this here as a PCH. I actually just have it here because according to the note I have here, she refused yesterday.
No, Judge. She was here. Judge Milian reset it for a probable cause hearing today, and that there was no basis for Ms. Arias Lima's participation.
Do y'all have that?
Your Honor, I do have that note. It says motion for pretrial detention was filed, but no PC was found by Judge Milian. He wanted to know what the defendant did to be a principal in this case.
Okay.
¿Tienen notas de esto? Sí, el juez Milian no halló motivo fundado. Él quería saber qué es lo que hizo la acusada o la acusada para determinarla como una persona principal en este caso.
All right. And who are you gonna call?
¿Y a quién va a llamar?
On the line, officers versus units.
A lot of people. I don't know who you're gonna
Okay,
call.
let me see if there's an,
See, Detective.
this should, sorry, Your Honor, this should be Officer Perez Palacio.
All right, sir, can you please turn your camera on?
Sure, let me,
Pérez Palacios, active su micrófono, su video.
Sir?
Sorry.
All right.
Good afternoon.
Right hand is for the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead. Actually, before you get started, you tell me your name and position with the department.
Sure. It's Francisco Perez Palacio. I'm with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office Robbery Bureau, Robbery Investigation Section.
Que diga su nombre, él es forma parte de la policía con el cuartel que se encarga de robos y investigaciones de robos.
Officer, I'm gonna ask you questions. Just allow a moment for the interpreter to translate after I ask you the question to respond.
Oficial, le voy a hacer preguntas, por favor, permita una pausa para el intérprete y después conteste.
Understood.
Officer Perez, what information did you gather to determine that this defendant was a principal during the commission of this crime?
Detective oficial, ¿qué información reunió para determinar que este acusado era el principal en la comisión de este delito?
So this is based off sworn testimony provided by the victim and the events that we discovered throughout the investigation. Basically, the defendant invited the victim to this location, therefore facilitating the offense to be carried out.
Esto fue a través del testimonio bajo juramento de la víctima y los eventos de los que nos enteramos a través de una investigación. Básicamente, el acusado invitó a esta persona a un sitio, a un local, y ahí es donde se llevaron a cabo los hechos.
And this occurred within a mobile home trailer, which is subdivided into sections, and essentially it occurred in the area where the defendant resides.
Y esto ocurrió en una sección donde hay viviendas remolques, trailers, y están subdivididas, y esto ocurrió donde el acusado vive.
And at some point during the interaction with the defendant and the victim, a co-defendant, which has been identified and arrested, he enters along with another co-conspirator, and that's when the robbery occurs.
Y esto ocurrió en algún momento durante la interacción entre el acusado y la víctima, un coacusado, el cual ya también fue arrestado, y una persona que conspiró en los hechos entran.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, so it's not clear what prompted these subjects to enter and carry out the offense. It's possible, the defendant instructed them or communicated to them somehow.
I would object to speculation.
No queda claro cómo el acusada les señaló, les instó para que entraran, que tal vez les instruyó o de alguna manera les comunicó. Protesta, está especulando.
So, Officer Perez, what ultimately led to your determination to make a determination to arrest this individual as a principal in this case?
So she basically remained present during the armed robbery and the false imprisonment of the victim. She participated while he was being held against his will. She continued to shush him or keep him quiet. And also based off of co-defendant statements of one of these subjects that we made an arrest on, he claimed that the defendant had provided him with property of the victim.
¿Y qué le hizo creer que esta persona, que ella era principal en los actos que ocurrieron? Bueno, ella permaneció presente durante el robo a mano armada y durante el encarcelamiento ilegal. Estaba instruyéndole a la persona, a la víctima, que guardara silencio. Y el coacusado, al cual arrestamos, alega que la acusada le proporcionó propiedad que pertenecía a la víctima.
Any other questions?
No further questions, Your Honor.
¿Alguna otra pregunta? No más preguntas. Abogada Corey.
Judge, I have no questions at this point. I do have argument.
Okay.
No tengo preguntas, tengo argumento. Okay.
Judge, the detective indicates that one of the co-defendant who was arrested indicated that Ms. Arias Lamas provided them with property from the alleged victim. However, these are the same people that are coming into this residence armed. for an armed robbery. So if at gunpoint she's giving property of another to them, that is not a participation, a willing participation in an armed robbery. There's nothing indicating that she was involved prior to their entry into the residence. There's nothing indicating that by telling him to shh does not mean that she's participating in a robbery. Sounds like she's hoping nobody gets killed, Judge.
El coacusado que fue arrestado indica que la señora Arias Limas le dio propiedad que pertenecía a la víctima, pero esas son las mismas personas que entraron a mano armada, armados y apuntando las pistolas. Entonces, el hecho de que ella estuvo presente y les dio algo cuando estaba bajo esa situación no indica que ella participó, tampoco indica que ella participó antes de la entrada. Además, el hecho que le diga "Shh", que guarde silencio indica que no quiere que las cosas se empeoren.
Response?
Your Honor, so that would be a factual determination needed to be done by a fact finder. Additionally, state would disagree. It does show in the four corners of the A form that the defendant was present throughout this robbery. They did become an active participant throughout this robbery. They even gave an affirmative action trying to silence the victim in this case. While it might be a minor action of telling them to shush, it's nonetheless an affirmative action going in concert with the conduct by the other co-defendants in this case.
Yeah.
La respuesta de la fiscalía sí, esa es una determinación de hechos que lo tiene que hacer la persona que determine los hechos. Además, no está de acuerdo la fiscalía. El formulario de arresto presenta que ella estuvo presente durante el robo, participó activamente. El hecho de que le haya dicho a la víctima que guarde silencio, shh, no es una acción mínima, sino indica que ella estaba trabajando en concierto con ellos.
Okay. I'm going to find probable cause.
Defense objection, Judge.
En este momento voy a hallar motivo fundado. La defensa se opone.
You can certainly raise this with the division judge. So I've got a motion for pretrial detention.
Yes, Your Honor. Do you need me to sign? Oh, well, I guess that's after you make a determination.
All right. Ms. Corey, you wish to make an argument right now?
Yes, Judge. I would ask that you release Miss Arias Limas. She has no prior record. I don't see any arrest history for her. She's accused of shushing during being held at gunpoint in some robbery. I would ask that you release her and not hold her on a motion for pretrial detention.
La fiscalía ha presentado una petición para detenerla antes de juicio. ¿Qué dice la abogada defensora? Sí, yo pido que usted la deje salir, ya que no tiene antecedentes penales, no tiene ningún historial de arrestos. El hecho de que diga, shh, que le diga a otra persona que guarde silencio, mientras que ella también estaba ahí con una pistola señalada hacia ella, no indica lo que ellos alegan, así que pido que la deje salir.
All right, ma'am. As to count one, you'll be held no bond, and it'll be set for a pretrial detention hearing in front of Judge Cruz early next week. With respect to count two and count three, count two.
You're only two
Count two.
I'm sorry, what?
Only two counts, Judge.
Sorry, excuse me. Count two will be $5,000 bond.
Sí, señora, por primer cargo no tiene derecho a fianza, pero la vamos a detener hasta que tenga una audiencia de detención antes de juicio la próxima semana ante la juez Cruz. Por el segundo cargo son $5,000 de fianza.
I'm also entering a stay away order, so you were to stay away from David Forrest. Do you understand?
Además, emitió una orden de alejamiento, se tiene que mantener alejada de David Forrest, ¿entiende?
Sí.
¿Entiende? Yes.
Okay. This next? Okay, thank you. All right, I have, Mr. Schwartz, I have a case you'd like to call out for
Thank you.
We have Mr. Sergio Villamizar.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
This was an added charge. He's being held no bond on a probation warrant.
What's the
F23-13142.
Yes, Judge. Good afternoon. Brett Schwartz on behalf of Mr. Villamizar. Judge, all of this was addressed yesterday before Judge Susan, I believe. I was present for that hearing.
Yes, Your Honor. So I have here that he is being held on felony probation. Probable cause was found yesterday. This was reset. Oh, the reason I have here, it says reset private attorney.
Private attorney. Okay.
Pleadings were filed yesterday as well.
Okay, so the bond hasn't been set?
Right.
Okay, so that's what we're.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Any objection to standard bond?
No, Judge, not from the defense. He's being held no bond on the VOP anyway.
So yeah, no objection to standard bond, Your Honor. So counts 1 through 4 will be $2,500 each.
Sorry, Your Honor, I apologize. I just read his priors. He does have he was sentenced to 366 days in prison and 10 years of probation back in June of last year for L&L conduct on a child.
I've read the regards. $2,500 per count. Is he currently employed, Mr. Short?
I'm sorry, he's what?
Currently employed?
I believe he is. He was. I don't know if he is currently, Judge.
Okay, so this is what it's going to be. It's going to be $2,500 per count, which is a standard, but I'm going to add house arrest level 2 on each of them, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Sorry. Okay. Marilis Caridad Valdez Gonzalez, F259383. It is.
Now, Your Honor.
All right. Valdez Gonzalez?
Is a bond out?
Oh, it's bond out? Sorry. Just write the date bond out. We had Alejandro Montalvo.
Alejandro, come.
Now. Mr. Tres Herrera.
Yes, Reisner Brizuela.
Reisner Brizuela?
Yes.
Can we get that? Can we put that case on? All right. And corrections, if we can please get Mr. Reisner Brizuela for the next individual.
Number 37.
Alejandro Montalvo. And I see that he's out on bond for F2318590, F2318591, and F2411514. All right, sir. In this case, you were charged with 1 count of strong arm robbery and 1 count of tampering with a victim or witness or someone. I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing. Any probable cause argument, Ms. Corey?
Judge, just with regard to count 2, tampering with a victim or a witness, they're just saying that he took the cell phone from his mom, not that she was trying to contact the police at the time or made any comments, I'm going to call the police, and then taking it. So there appears to be no probable cause for count 2.
It actually says depriving the victim the means to call police.
It doesn't say she was trying to call the police or wanted to call the police. It just says he took her phone. So then every taking of a phone.
Costa, who was present during the altercation, to call the police, and then it seems he took the phone from her.
I disagree. I'm going to find probable causes to both counts. State, what are you requesting?
So, Your Honor, we'd be asking for a felony hold since he has multiple open felony cases.
I'm placing the felony hold on the other.
Okay, so you're asking for bond to be set on tampering?
On both counts.
On both counts. So as to count 1, we would ask for a $5,000 bond. As to count 2, we would ask for standard bond, which is $2,500.
Ms. Corey?
Yeah.
Would you consider a dollar bond for count 2, Judge? There's nothing indicating she's trying to call the police.
It's going to be $5,000 plus house arrest level 3 and $1,000 plus house arrest level 3 on count 2. Okay, and there's going to be a felony hold regardless on the other 3 open cases
with a stay away order, right, Your Honor?
And there's also a stay away order. Get me another stay away order now, sir. Sorry about that. Sir, pay very close attention to me because the following conditions will apply upon your release from custody. You don't have to engage in any criminal activity. You don't have to use or possess any illegal drugs. You don't have to use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, or ammunition. Any of you have must be immediately described to the nearest police department upon your release from custody. And a receipt must be filed with the court. You are prohibited from having any direct or indirect contact with the victim in this case, with Sandra Montalvo. That contact includes in person, in writing, through third parties, through a telephone, or through any other means, including social media. You are to stay at least 500 feet away from her, no person, or place of employment, her residence, or anywhere she may be. I am going to allow you to return to the property one time accompanied by a law enforcement officer. It is incumbent upon you to coordinate that visit with the nearest police department. You'll have one opportunity within 48 hours of your release to do that, and they will accompany you to the property. You'll be able to retrieve your personal belongings, and they will escort you out. Do you understand everything I've just told you, sir?
No, I do not understand, Your Honor.
Which part did you not understand?
May I ask a question in regards to the statement that was made?
Which statement?
The statement saying that the property could be returned. In this affidavit, it's
Okay, hold on. I'm going to allow you to return to the property, okay, to the residence. If you reside together, I'll allow you to return to the property to get your personal belongings, okay? But you have to go accompanied by a law enforcement officer. You're on mute, Ms. Corey. Do you understand everything I've just told you now, sir? You're on mute.
my mom isn't taking any action. She said she wants to do an NDA.
Sir,
but
I'm not
the
here to
defender's
determine
office
the
is
case.
not calling my mother to do that. She told the police and everything to not press charges.
Sir, I'm going to stop you, okay? Just because everything you're saying is being recorded and can be used against you, all right? Right now, I'm not here to determine the merits of the case. I'm here to determine probable cause, which I've already determined, and I'm here to set your bond status. You'll appear before a division judge who will then be able to handle the merits of your case. I just want you to understand everything I've just read. If you don't understand it, I'm happy to read it to you again.
Keep going. I'll stay there.
You're on mute.
Yes, please.
You want me to read it to you again? Okay.
Please.
Upon your release from custody, the following conditions will apply. You are not to engage in any criminal activity. You are not to use or possess any illegal drugs. You are not to use, purchase, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, or ammunition. Any that you have must be immediately surrendered to the nearest police department upon your release from custody, and a receipt must be filed with the court. You are prohibited from having any direct or indirect contact with the alleged victim in this case, which is Sandra Montalvo. That contact includes in person, in writing, through third parties, through social media, through phone, or through any other means. You are to stay at least 500 feet away from her, for personal, place of employment, for residence, or anywhere she may be. If you reside together, I will allow you to return to the property one time accompanied by a law enforcement officer. It is incumbent upon you to coordinate that visit with the nearest police department, okay? They will accompany you to the property. You'll retrieve your personal belongings,
If we
and
reside
then
together, I
they will
can give her back the property.
You need to listen to what he's saying.
I'm trying to understand one thing he said. I didn't get it.
What part did you not understand, sir?
That you said that I have the opportunity to retrieve the property that was stolen.
You have the opportunity to retrieve your personal property that you may have at your shared residence.
Okay, understood.
So the cops will accompany you, law enforcement officers will accompany you to the property that you share with Miss Sandra Montalvo. You'll be able to retrieve your personal belongings in the presence of the police officers, and then they will escort you out. If you violate this order of pretrial release conditions, it will be a violation of the court order, and you may pick up additional charges. I strongly urge you not to violate it in any way, shape, or form. If you have any questions, you can ask me now. Either way, you will receive a copy of this order, and I strongly encourage you to read it very carefully, because the state attorney's office do prosecute those crimes. Do you understand everything I've just told you?
Yes, I understand, Judge Enriquez. The one question that I do have for you is if I was given any bonds for the charges.
Yes, sir, you were. It's the bonds.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Count 1 is 5,000 with house arrest level 3. Count 2 is 1,000 with house arrest level 3.
You got it, sir? But you do have a hold on the 3 open felony cases you have. So you will be seeing a felony judge, whoever you're assigned to address those 3 cases. Judge Lopez, thank you. All right, move on.
Your Honor, if I'm currently homeless, how can I take house arrest if you're putting a restraining order on my house, on where the place that I reside on? I reside in this home. I reside there. My mom is not kicking me out of the house. How did not put a restraining order on me?
Mr. Montalvo, I want you to
So I could take the 2 other bonds and leave, but how can I get on house arrest if you can't be on house arrest on the streets?
Mr. Montalvo, listen to me very carefully. Public Defender's Office works closely with a lot of homeless individuals. They can help you find places.
House arrest?
You can listen to me very carefully. I'm not going to argue with you, okay?
You're not allowed to be on house arrest.
All right.
Homeless.
Next individual.
Your Honor.
Your brother.
Judge, we have Mr. Brizuela Morales now.
Right here.
He speaks
Good afternoon.
Spanish.
Okay, Mr. Herrera?
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honor. Jose Herrera on his behalf.
All right. So, Mr. Brizuela Morales, you were charged in this case with 1 count of aggravated assault with a firearm. Your private attorney is present before the court. Do you have any probable cause arguments, sir?
Yes, Your Honor. If you read within the four corners of the arrest affidavit, there is no allegation of an overt act, much less that my client.
Okay.
Was I muted, Judge? Did you catch that?
You cut out.
Yeah, so let me go back. On the four corners of the arrest affidavit, if you read it carefully, there is no overt act whatsoever that my client did, much less with a firearm. Words alone cannot even constitute an assault, and this is an aggravated assault with a firearm. As such, there's no probable cause for this arrest.
The defendant opened the door and started yelling at, saying that they were going to shoot them in the face.
That's not what the A form says.
That's what it says here. The defendant told the victim that he should leave and not return, or he would shoot him in the face, as he had observed a handle of the revolver in the defendant's waistband.
But the victim walked away.
The victim replied, "Really?" The defendant said, "You don't know me." In fear for his life, the victim returned to his vehicle and left the residence.
A mere threat does not constitute assault, or much less assault with a deadly weapon or a firearm, Your Honor.
With a couple of ability to do so, I'm finding probable cause.
Exactly, if I saw those.
Okay. What are you requesting, state?
Standard bond, Your Honor.
Okay. The relationship was
there.
What's the relationship?
Your Honor, there really is no relationship. He has my client has a child where he was staying.
Okay.
He allowed the mother of his child to stay with him.
Got it. Okay, that's really
the mother of the child had an ex-boyfriend. This gentleman is her ex-boyfriend who came to my client's property.
Okay. All right. It's gonna be a $5,000 standard bond. Okay.
Okay.
But I am gonna enter a stay away order as well.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Brizuela Morales.
Yes, Your Honor.
You were to stay away from Wayne Reed. Do you understand?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. That means that includes not having any direct or indirect contact with him and staying at least 500 feet away from his person, his place of employment, his residence, or anywhere he may be. Okay.
I do understand. I do have a question, Judge, if I may.
What's your question, sir?
I would like to get counseling or advice either from you, Judge, or my lawyer into how to proceed to file a restriction order from this person to come near me or my son.
Okay, so speak to your attorney. Okay, they can go ahead and advise you as to those petitions.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That was 5,000, Your Honor.
$5,000 straight lunch. Okay, Dimitri.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nice to see you.
Take care, everyone. I have Dimitri Lubin. Mr. Lubin, good afternoon to you, sir. You were charged with 1 count of possession of cocaine within 1,000 feet of the school, 2 counts of battery on a police officer, corrections officer, firefighter, or transit officer, 1 count of possession of cocaine, 1 count of assault on a police officer, firefighter, or intake officer, and 1 count of resisting officer without violence to this person, 1 count of disorderly conduct, breach of the peace, and 1 count of smoking cannabis marijuana on public property. Appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing. Ms. Corey, any probable cause arguments?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
In count 1, the 1,000 feet of a school does not apply to a simple possession. This would be an allegation of a simple possession, which is already alleged in count 3. So I would ask that you find no probable cause for count 1. Actually, it would be count 4 technically, is a possession of cocaine. There's 2 counts of battery on a law enforcement officer.
Response? I don't know what the 7,300 is. But there's a school around there.
I think of it, Your Honor.
I have them pop up.
Okay.
to a park. There's the baseball field.
So Judge, on a simple possession, the 1,000 feet enhancement does not apply. It only applies to with intent or a sale. So it's an inappropriate enhancement on a simple possession.
Let me read statute. Hold on a second. 1C1.
And it's one plastic, it looks like it's one plastic baggie.
Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, so the argument is there's missing an intent to either sell, manufacture, or deliver.
Correct.
Your Honor, we would like to maybe set for a probable cause hearing in order to determine how much cocaine there was. It simply says that it was a small bag. We don't know the weight as whether it might show intent to distribute.
Okay. Okay. Let's go ahead and reset. Reset this for PCH.
Right. Check off here. Reset. To determine.
All right, so reset this for PCH for a moment. Okay, so your case is being reset for a probable cause hearing tomorrow, okay? I'm going to call Victor Sotolongo, F2593664. By the way, were we able to bring the individuals?
Judge, what I know, and I apologize, Attorney Frank B. on behalf of Mr. Gonzalez, Mr. Montes, and Mr. Yeppi. Judge, my thought process was, I think what I'm asking for is challenging, but I don't think that this challenge can be overcome.
Okay, I just have to tell you, there's going to be a hard stop at 2:30.
Absolutely, Judge. So this was my thinking, and if Your Honor does not want to do it this way, I understand. If we could do them as a write-in, I can waive their presence. And why is waiving their presence different than the other arraignments that have been taking place? Again, we self-surrendered this morning. My clients have been, the purpose of the arraignment, advised them of what they're charged with and determine their danger. Right. And their danger to the community and a risk of flight.
Okay.
We could address all of that. They have been informed of the charges. As an officer of the court, I can tell you, because we self-surrendered, had contact with the detective, they know what they're charged with.
Okay.
And I can waive their presence. And
I
have the copies of the arrest forms.
Does he have any issue with that?
No issue, Your Honor. Right, and so corrections is obviously, Judge, you're very adept. You clearly know what you're doing. The issue is if corrections, you say we need a jail card or we need that, and that's the challenge. And I get it.
Let's see if corrections can accommodate either way. Plenty of other cases to get through.
Of course.
So corrections is at least trying to help. We'll see if we can get there. Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, I have Victor Sotolongo, F2593664. Sir, do you need a Spanish interpreter?
Excuse me, Judge?
You want a Spanish interpreter?
No, English is good. I speak English.
Sure, you were charged with 2 counts of possession of controlled substance with the intent to sell or deliver within 1,000 feet of the school. That's a methamphetamine, and also a count of possession with the intent to sell or distribute 1 controlled substance methamphetamine. Well, appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing. Any PC argument? Ms. Corey, any PC argument?
Judge, the allegation is 1,000 feet apart, but other than that, no, Judge.
Okay.
Tender on Your Honor.
Okay. I'm finding PC on all states requesting what?
There is a motion, Your Honor, trial detention.
I don't have that here.
We could provide it to Your Honor.
There's no other priors, are there? We only have one other open case.
I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
This isn't PBL either.
Yeah, and I'm not sure why we have this, Your Honor. I'll be honest. I'm looking at his out of county priors. There's nothing here.
There's nothing else.
I'm looking at his in county priors, and he just has one no action for cannabis possession.
Yeah, we're asked for standard bond.
Standard bond, $1,000 each count, Your Honor.
Okay. You got lower than standard bond.
Oh, I apologize. Whatever standard bond is.
Okay. Ms. Corey?
$1,000 per count is fine, Judge.
$1,000. All right. Let's. I have Mr. Larry Nistron.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, that was $1,000 each count.
Straight bond, $1,000 per count, 3 counts. Larry Nistron.
He's gonna be a reset disruptive.
Okay.
Reset this. Reset disruptive.
Reset 510. Be in front of the judge tomorrow. I've got Joaquin Del Valle Castro.
And he has an immigration hold.
Spanish interpreter, please. We'll waive the reading of the charges.
Yo sé, es intérprete, su abogada dice que no es necesario, acepta que no lean los cargos.
Okay. Sir, I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing.
Señor, para el propósito de esta audiencia, nombro a los abogados de oficio que lo representen.
Any probable cause argument?
¿Argumento de motivo fundado?
No, Judge.
All right. Have a review the form. I am finding probable cause at this time. State.
Yes, Your Honor. Given the facts of the case and the age of the victim, we would ask that bond be set at $15,000.
Hay un motivo fundado en este caso y que dice la fiscalía, sí, juez, debido a los hechos y la edad de la víctima, pedimos que la fianza la fije en 15,000.
Judge, standard bond is $7,500 for count 1, $2,500 for count 2.
Pues la fianza estándar es 7,500 por el primer cargo, 2,500 por el segundo.
I would ask for standard bond. In addition, he has an ICE hold.
Yo pediría una fianza estándar, además tiene orden de retención de migración.
Count 1, 10,000 plus house arrest level 1. Count 2, 5,000 plus house arrest level 1.
Cargo número 1, $10,000 más arresto domiciliar nivel 1. Cargo número 2, 5,000 más arresto domiciliar nivel 1.
I'm also entering a stay away. Sir, you want to stay away from the alleged victim in this case, which is with initials AN, date of birth 9/28/2009.
Señor, voy a emitir también una orden de alejamiento. Señor, se le ordena que se mantenga alejado de la presunta víctima en este caso con iniciales AN, fecha de nacimiento 28 de septiembre del 2009.
That means you cannot have any contact directly or indirectly, and that you must stay at least 100 feet away from them, their person, their place of employment, their residence, or anywhere they may be.
Eso significa que no puede tener ningún contacto con esa persona, ni directa ni indirectamente, y en todo momento permanecer por lo menos 500 pies de ellos, su persona, su residencia, su lugar de empleo, escuela o donde quiera que se encuentren.
Sean Jackson. Ms. Ramos, are you representing Mr. Jackson?
No, Your Honor. I have another individual.
Who do you have?
George Andrade.
George Andrade. George Andrade. All right. In the meantime, I'm gonna. Mr. Jackson, you were charged with 1 count of possession of cocaine and 1 count of prohibited alcohol drinking on a curb. Appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing. Any probable cause argument?
No, Judge.
I am finding probable cause at this time. State, what are you requesting?
Standard bond, Your Honor.
I would ask for pretrial services, Judge. Mr. Jackson does have a place to stay. He has prior withholds on
APS
1990s.
If he qualifies, Your Honor, we have no objection.
Qualify? He does qualify. Pretrial services, alternate, standard bond, 2,500, count 1. Pretrial services, alternates, 150, count 2. Eric Rodriguez. And corrections, if you can line up Mr. George Andrade next, okay? All right, Mr. Rodriguez, you were charged with 1 count of retail theft with prior conviction, 1 count of possession of cocaine, approximately 9 pieces, 1 count of possession with the intent to use drug paraphernalia, 1 count of resisting an officer without violence to this person. We're appointing the public affairs officer to represent you for purposes of this hearing. Any probable cause argument?
No, Judge.
Any probable cause on all 4 counts? State what you're requesting.
Requesting elevated bond given the his numerous priors for these exact charges.
I would ask for TAP. Mr. Rodriguez indicates he does not have a place to stay.
No.
Appears to be homeless. TAP would be able to assist him in finding a shelter.
Named after TAP alternate. Does he qualify for TAP? I'll set for TAP. If he doesn't qualify, he doesn't qualify. Okay.
There's the alternate bond for TAP would have to be 10,000 or less.
Okay. So TAP on count 1 is going to be TAP alternate 4,000. Count 2 will be TAP alternate 2,500. Count 3 will be TAP alternate 500. Count 4 will be TAP alternate 500. I'm also stay away. Sir, yours to stay away from the location of 1043 West Flagler Street, 94 to 33130. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right.
And just can we give him a future court date?
It would be 6/9.
6/9. In what courtroom? In front of Judge Ariel Rodriguez. Okay, you'd be in 27, courtroom 27 on 6/9 in front of Judge Rodriguez.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Do we have Mr. George Andrade?
Your Honor, he's out on probation on 2 cases, and he also has a Nevia home.
Okay. All right, Miss Ramos.
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honor. I don't have a probable cause argument per se, but I would just ask Your Honor to find probable cause as to count 1 and ROR him on count 2. They're essentially the same set of facts for both counts.
Okay, I am finding probable cause, and I have reviewed the A form, and just that you're aware, so you were charged with 1 count of possession with the intent to sell, deliver, or distribute cannabis within 1,000 feet of the school, conspiracy to do so, and possession or selling cannabis. Excuse me. So 1 is conspiracy to sell, and the other one's just selling. State.
Your Honor, we would be asking for elevated bond on each count. He recently, I mean, looking at his priors, he has extensive priors for the same charges. The only reason he's not being held on a probation hold is because his probation was voluntarily withdrawn. He was sentenced to 5 years of probation 2 years ago on the same exact charge. So we would ask, or actually, no, not exact same charge. It was a similar charge. But that is the only reason.
Hold on, Miss Ramos. He's got 2 open probation cases.
Yes, Judge. So he'll have a hold and he'll go before Judge Hirsch. So we just be asking for the standard bond and we can address it in division.
Yeah, I'll issue, I'll send the standard bond. So there'll be a probation hold on F22, 2923, F21, 134, 29C, and then it'll be standard bond 2,500 on each count. All right.
And he'll go before Judge Hirsch on Monday, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. George, give me a call.
Okay, remember, I'm in TGK, so it's hard to get to the phone. I've been trying, but it's via line.
Okay, I'll come see you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Hector Alexis Reyes.
The bond out?
Bond out.
On out. Javier Enrique Diaz. No relation.
Your Honor, on his traffic, you gave him a $1 bond.
Spanish, please.
All right, Mr. Diaz, you were charged with one count of counterfeiting a motor vehicle registration license plate or sticker and possession of a vehicle without a manufacturer VIN ID. Appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing.
Señor, le han acusado de tener de contrabando una registración, licencia o calcomanía del vehículo y tener un VIN, número de vehículo de identificación del vehículo que no le pertenecía. Voy a nombrar a los abogados de oficio que lo representen.
No probable cause argument, Judge. I would ask for pretrial services and I would ask if you would include the traffic too.
No argumento de motivo fundado, pido si lo puede salir a través de un programa y incluir los casos de tránsito, por favor.
I'm sorry, repeat that again? You said pretrial services and what?
He had, and to include the traffic charge also with the pretrial.
I already have the $1 on the traffic.
It's the standard one. I see it as 2,500, Your Honor.
El fiscal dice fianza estándar 2,500, veo que es, y tiene una fianza de $1 en el caso de tránsito.
$2,500.
Sorry, Your Honor, what was the bond?
$2,500 on each count.
2,500 por cada cargo.
Your Honor, before we move further on Mr. George Andres, I said he had a Nebia hold. Did you want to place the Nebia on it?
Yes. Well, yes.
Thank you.
I can get his file back, please.
That one. Right.
George Andres?
For that one.
All right. Thank you for reminding me. Javier Andres Gonzalez.
Wait. Keep him clear.
Is the English, Ms. Corey?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Mr. Gonzalez, you were charged with one count of possession of cocaine and one count of possession of drug paraphernalia with the intent to use it. I'll appoint the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing. APC argument?
No, Judge.
APC on both counts. State, what are you requesting?
Requesting, one moment.
Not on probation.
Any that probation, there won't be a probation hold.
Okay. Standard bond, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Corey? Ms. Corey?
Oh,
That's fine, Judge.
$2,500, count one. $500, count two.
Judge, sorry to interrupt. We're switching out interpreters. Thank you. There's only one waiting to be promoted. Thank you.
Maybe if you could please promote the next interpreter, please. All right, I have Isaiah Moravito. I don't know. Oh, yes, I see another interpreter here. All right, Mr. Laura Breto, do you need a Spanish interpreter? Sorry. Yeah, Laura Breto, do you need a Spanish interpreter?
No, sir.
Okay. But either way, Ms. Mojelano, if you could please raise your right hand. You swear to interpret from English to Spanish, Spanish to English to the best of your ability?
I do. Certified code interpreter.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Laura Brito, you were charged with 1 count of burglary of an occupied dwelling, 1 count of domestic violence violation of injunction, 1 count of criminal mischief, 200 or less, 1 count of resisting violence, officer without violence to his person. I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing. Any probable cause argument?
No, Judge.
Probable cause as to all 4 counts. State, what are you requesting?
Your Honor, we are going to request 7,500 on count 1, and I mean, we're asking for elevated bond.
Scoring.
Judge, Mr. Laura Brito is currently indigent. I would ask if you would consider house arrest at an alternate location for him. He does not have funds for a bond.
Okay. I'm going to, on count 1, it's going to be 2,500 plus house arrest level 2. Count 2 will be 1,500 plus house arrest level 2. Count 3 will be $150 plus house arrest level 2. Count 4 will be $500 plus house arrest level 2. I'm also entering a few stay away orders. So, Mr. Laura Brito, you are to stay away from Midalis Brito, not to have any direct or indirect contact with her. That includes in person, in writing, third parties, social media, any means. You're to stay at least 500 feet away from her as well, wherever she may be, her home, place of employment, school, anywhere. The same applies to Adolfo Sanchez. Do you understand?
You understand?
Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. I have Daniel Wesley White, F259395. All right. Mr. White, you are charged with 1 count of possession of cocaine. I am appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing. Any problem with those argument?
No, Judge, I would ask for pretrial services for Mr. White.
Pretrial services?
Yes, Your Honor. He has extensive priors for similar charges. Dating all the way back to
Yeah, there's a lot.
Right. No, we would have standard bond.
Standard bond. 2,500.
Judge, Mr. White indicated he does not have funds for a bond, so 2,500 would be tantamount to no bond.
Right.
Pretrial would be able to assist in making sure he comes back to court, knowing his court dates.
He can address with the division judge. All right, I have Mario Jose Ramirez Marenco.
Spanish interpreter, please, for Mr. Ramirez Marenco.
Yes, interpreter first.
Okay. Sir, you were charged with 1 count of grand theft of a vehicle, appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing.
Ok, señor, está acusado de hurto en mayor cuantía de un vehículo. Le estoy nombrando a los abogados de oficio para que lo representen en esta audiencia.
A PC argument?
Yes, Judge, it's charged as a first-degree felony. There's no basis for a first-degree felony. It appears to be a third-degree felony, grand theft auto.
El argumento de la defensa es que está acusado de un delito grave de primer grado, pero no hay bases para ello, sino delito grave de tercer grado, hurto en mayor cuantía de un vehículo.
State?
One moment, Your Honor. We're looking up the statute, Your Honor.
What's the part?
The charge is it's an F1 grand theft.
What type of car is it?
It's a
Según la fiscalía, el cargo por el que le han acusado es F1, delito grave en primer grado de hurto de un vehículo. El juez le está preguntando a la fiscalía qué clase de vehículo es ese.
Detail. So.
Do you have any proof that the car is valued more than $100,000?
¿Tiene la fiscalía alguna prueba de que el valor de ese vehículo es de más de $100,000?
No, we do not, Your Honor. Not based on the four corners of the arrest form. We just have admissions from the defendant himself to the police that he stole his vehicle.
All right.
We request a pre.
No, it's fine.
EC, I'll find probable cause for third-degree grand theft.
Falló que existe motivo fundado para delito grave. Is that third degree? I'm sorry.
That's correct.
Delito grave de tercer grado.
$2,500 bond.
How much is the amount?
$2,500.
$2,500 es la cantidad de fianza.
Also,
Judge, would you consider the TAP program Mr. Ramirez Marinko turned himself in? He does not appear to be a flight risk.
La defensa solicita que lo dé la libertad a través del programa TAP, ya que se entregó y no representa ningún riesgo de que se vaya a fugar.
he may not qualify. He's got a lot of recent charges on the same exact thing.
Right, Your Honor.
So,
Given the recent charges, he doesn't have a permanent address. We would disagree or we would object.
Yeah, I'm not going to. It's going to be $500.
Ok, la fianza de $2,500. La fiscalía se opone a que le den el programa TAP. El juez menciona todos los otros cargos que tiene anteriores por lo mismo y la fiscalía alega que además no tiene ninguna dirección fija.
All right, Jose Alfredo Garrido, F259402. All right, Mr. Garrido, you were charged with 2 counts of harassing or intimidating related to ethnic heritage, a credible threat, and 1 count of possession of cocaine. Appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing. Ms. Corey, any probable cause? Argument?
No, Judge.
Finding probable cause as to all 3 counts. Stay with your question.
He's asking for a bit of bond due to the nature of the charges and his series of violent felonies or violent charges in the past. And we like this one. I need to stay with her.
Ms. Corey, you wish to be heard?
Judge, I would ask for standard bond. The standard bond takes into account the nature of the charge. And with regard to the state's comments previously, that withholds for burglary to an unoccupied conveyance and grand theft from cases in 2022 and criminal mischief from 2024. I don't see any other violent crimes that he's been convicted of or received a withhold.
I am finding probable causes to all three. I'm also entering an elevated bond on count 1 for $4,000, elevated bond for count 2, $4,000, and count 3 will be $2,500. As to the stay away orders, you were to stay away at least 500 feet away from Yeshiva Taurus Chaim claim. I don't know what word that is.
I tried my best. I just copied it from their
Is
restaurant.
that CH or CL?
Oh, judgment. Where I scratched up. Oh, that is CHAIN.
Chain. Excuse me. Yeshiva Taurus Chain at 1025 Northeast Miami Gardens Drive, North Miami Beach, 4233179. You will also stay away from Gabriel Yakieli. That contact, you're not allowed to have an indirect or direct contact with this person. That includes in writing, by telephone, pager, cell phone, third party, or otherwise. You're to stay at least 500 feet away from them, their person, their place of employment, their residence, or anywhere they may be. With respect to Gabriel Freelander, you're also to stay away from them, not having any direct or indirect contact with them in any way, shape, or form, and stay away from her person by at least 500 feet. Do you understand everything I've just told you, sir? Sir, do you understand everything I've just told you?
You understand you have to stay away from the two people and from the location.
Okay. When I pay the bond,
Right, when you get out.
so is I understand.
All right. I need Mr. Oscar Antonio Perez.
Mr. Perez, he speaks English and Spanish.
Do you prefer English, sir?
No, let's just go with English.
Okay. Mr. Perez, you were charged with 1 count of burglary of an unoccupied conveyance and 1 count of grand theft in the 3rd degree. I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing. Any probable cause argument? Ms. Corey?
Sorry, I thought the microphone was on, Judge. I was talking to myself. I have no probable cause argument. I would ask for pretrial services.
All right, I am finding probable cause. State, what are you requesting?
We are requesting standard bond, Your Honor.
Judge, I only see old priors from 2015 and 13.
Defleeting and eluding from.
No, there was no action.
Yeah.
Okay. Pretrial services, alternate 2,500 on each count. I'm also entering a stay away order. So, sir, you were to stay away from Leslie Ortiz. You're not to have any direct or indirect contact with this individual. That includes in person, writing through third parties, through social media, for any means. You're to stay at least 500 feet away from them. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. We have Beriant Raul Vera Negro, F2590 M406. Excuse me. We have Beriant Raul. All right, sir. You need a Spanish interpreter?
Yes, please.
Okay. Sir, you are charged with 1 count and 1 count of organized fraud, 20,000 or less, 1 count of grand theft in the 3rd degree, 3 counts of using or possessing fraudulently personal identification, and 2 counts of fraudulent use of credit cards, $100 or more.
What is the last charge? 2 counts of what?
Counts of fraudulent use of credit cards for $100.
Okay. Thank you. El señor tiene varios cargos, uno es de fraude organizado de $20,000 o menos, otro de hurto en mayor cuantía, tiene 3 cargos de utilizar de manera fraudulenta identificaciones, 2 cargos de utilizar de manera fraudulenta tarjetas de crédito.
Any PC argument?
No, Judge. Looks like I would ask for pretrial services. Looks like it's all one incident.
La defensa no alega ningún argumento de motivo fundado, lo que sí pide son los servicios de liberación sin costo alguno, dado que se trata de un solo incidente.
PC on all 7 counts.
I see no history of withhold or conviction.
State? Standard bond. Any issue with pretrial services alternate?
No, Judge. No, Judge.
Okay.
El tribunal falla que hay motivo fundado en los 7 cargos que hay contra usted. La fiscalía no se opone a servicios de liberación sin costo alguno con una alternativa de fianza.
So with pretrial services alternate 2,500 on each count.
PTS es el servicio de liberación sin costo alguno y tiene fianza alternativa en dinero.
You're also to stay away from Riva Motorsport 11995 Southwest 222nd Street, Miami, Florida 33170.
También tiene una orden de alejamiento del 1995 Southwest 222 calle de Miami, Florida 33170. And you said it's Rita's
Motorsport.
and the Rita's Motorsport.
You're also prohibited from having any direct or indirect contact with Carlos Ramirez and Jan Johnson.
Carlos Ramírez y Jan Johnson, tiene usted una orden también de alejamiento contra usted y a favor de esas personas.
That contact includes in person in writing through third parties through social media for any other means, and you will also stay 500 feet away from them, their person, their place of employment, their residence, or anywhere they may be.
Tiene que respetar esa orden de alejamiento, no puede tener contacto directo, indirecto, a través de terceras personas, en persona, a través de las redes sociales, a través de métodos electrónicos. Tiene que mantener un mínimo de 500 pies de distancia de esas 2 personas, de donde estén, de su domicilio, de su trabajo, de su vehículo, etc.
All right. Do you understand?
¿Entendió, señor?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Alien.
Gracias.
Your Honor, reset tomorrow disruptive.
Michael Lamar Reddick.
Defendant refused, Your Honor.
Okay. Reset 510. Hermit Range Skinner.
Added charge, Your Honor.
Mr. Skinner, you were charged with, you have an added charge of possession of a firearm, weapon, or ammunition by a convicted Florida felon. Appointing the public defender's office will prevent you for purposes of this hearing. Any probable cause argument?
No, Judge.
finding probable cause after having reviewed the A form. State, what are you requesting? Your Honor, so he should be held on felony bond. He does have an open attempted first degree murder charge. Considering his extensive list of priors and similar nature, prior convictions, extensive convictions, we would ask for elevated bond of $15,000 in this case. All right, Ms. Corey?
Judge, this is an added charge. He's already in custody on the other case. It's an added charge. I would ask for standard bond.
It'd be $10,000 plus house arrest level 1. All right, do we have Jason Jerome Carter?
Oh,
Okay, Mr. Carter.
These are two co-defendants. Or I apologize.
We're here for PCH, right?
Right. There's
We have the police officers.
I believe so, Your Honor. I was being messaged by our screening unit that Detective Diaz should be getting on.
Is Detective Diaz on? Detective Diaz.
I was being informed that he did have a deposition this afternoon, which was potentially running into a conflict with the time. If we could pass the case just to get him on Zoom. That's going to be the same for Noel Avila. So Noel Avila and Jason Carter are co-defendants in the same case.
We'll see what we have to reset. All right, I have Cristobal Mendez Rodriguez.
So we're just passing Mr. Carter, Judge?
Yes, for now we'll just.
Good afternoon, it's Detective Sosa on this case.
You're on Mendez Rodriguez?
Yes, sir. Just request a stay away order.
We'll need a Spanish interpreter, please.
Requesting a stay away order.
I'm sorry, repeat that again, sir?
I'm Detective Sosa on this case, just to request a stay away order from location.
Thanks.
El detective Sosa está presente en la audiencia, está pidiendo una orden de alejamiento del lugar del incidente.
For Cristobal Mendez?
¿Usted es Cristóbal
No.
Yes, sir.
No. Okay. The charge was selling cocaine within 1,000 feet of the school.
Ok, el cargo es venta de cocaína dentro de la distancia de 100 pies de una escuela.
School. All right. I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing. Any probable cause argument?
No, Judge.
Ok, tiene los abogados de oficio que lo representan para esta audiencia. La defensa no tiene ningún argumento para motivo fundado.
Dave, what are you requesting?
We're going to be requesting elevated bond is many withhold convictions for some more charges. Prior sentencing.
Okay.
La fiscalía pide una fianza en dinero dado que tiene varios antecedentes de retención del fallo condenatorio y de condena.
On count one, Your Honor, we're going to ask for elevated bond of $20,000. Standard bond would be 15.
La fiscalía solicita una fianza para el primer cargo en $25,000. La fianza estándar es de $15,000 por ese cargo.
Sorry?
Judge, I would ask for standard bond. Mr. Mendez Rodriguez is currently homeless.
This is the one up. So that's
El
what?
señor Méndez Rodríguez está ahora mismo desamparado, vive en la calle. La defensa solicita la fianza estándar.
The score, is it 15,000?
The standard bond is 15, yes.
La señorita Cori confirma que la fianza estándar por este cargo son $15,000.
$15,000 plus a stay away order. You were to stay away from? Is it the
Judge, if I may, the stay away order, we would like to request it from the Sabor Tropical Supermarket, which is at 969 Normandy Drive.
If they're not a victim in this case, I can't do that, sir.
I'm sorry, say it again.
It's not a victim in this case. I cannot do that.
Okay, just to throw it out there, the defendant has been arrested at the same area numerous times. He's been a nuisance in that area regarding narcotic sales.
Another charge, okay? And then
okay,
area can come and play, but right now,
do not issue a stay order.
El detective está presente solicitando que le pongan una orden de alejamiento de Sabor Tropical Supermarket. Su señoría dice que si no está incluido ese lugar en este incidente por el que le han arrestado ahora, no puede hacer eso. El detective alega que le han arrestado numerosas veces por venta de narcóticos en el mismo área. El juez le repite que si no está incluido en este informe de arresto y en este incidente, no puede ahora mismo ponerle orden de alejamiento del supermercado.
Right. I have Luis Salvador Moraga.
Your Honor, that was 15,000, correct?
Correct.
And Your Honor, I don't remember translating where he has the stay away order from.
There's no stay away order.
Oh, okay.
Spanish interpreter, please.
Mr. Mordaga, charged with 1 count of aggravated stalking, 1 count of cyber harassment sexual, 2 counts of harassing or obscene phone calls. I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing.
Ok, señor, está acusado de acoso con agravantes. También tiene ciberacoso sexual y también tiene 2 cargos de llamadas de teléfono obscenas. Le estoy nombrando al abogado oficio que lo va a representar para esta audiencia.
Any PC argument?
No, Judge.
La defensa no tiene ningún argumento de motivo fundado.
I'm finding probable cause.
Fallo que existe motivo fundado para el arresto.
Get me the other order.
Necesito la otra orden.
The other stay order. Yeah.
La otra orden de alejamiento.
Okay. I'm appointing the public. Okay, I've already appointed the public defender on probable cause. State, what are you requesting?
Your Honor, we would ask for elevated bond in the amount of $7,500. Standard bond here will be $5,000, but given that there's more than one victim, the facts of the case, and affirmative actions taken by the defendant, we would ask that you issue a bond of $7,500.
El tribunal falla que existe motivo fundado. La fiscalía solicita que le pongan $7,500 de fianza. La fianza estándar por este caso serían $5,000, pero dado la índole del caso y las acciones por parte del acusado, solicitamos fianza aumentada de $7,500.
Corey?
I would ask for standard, Judge.
La defensa solicita la fianza estándar.
Is he currently employed?
¿Trabaja ahora mismo?
Algunas veces sí, algunas veces no.
Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't.
Count 1, $7,500 plus house arrest level 2. Count 2, $500 plus house arrest level 2. Count 3, $150 plus house arrest level 2. Count 4, $150 plus house arrest level 2. I'm also entering a stay order for several stay.
Count number 1 was 5,000 or 7,500? I'm sorry.
House arrest level 2 and all. So 75, 500, 150, 150.
Cargo número 1 son $7,500 con arresto domiciliario nivel 2. Cargo número 2, $500. 3, 150. Cargo 4, 150 y todos con arresto domiciliario nivel 2. Y orden de alejamiento.
Sir, I want you to pay very close attention to me because the following conditions will apply upon your release from custody.
Quiero que preste mucha atención, señor, porque las siguientes condiciones las va a tener que cumplir una vez si usted sale de aquí de la cárcel.
You are not to engage in any criminal activity. You are not to use or possess any illegal drugs.
No puede involucrarse en ninguna actividad delictiva, no puede estar en tenencia ni utilizar ninguna droga ilegal.
You are not to use, purchase, possess, or carry any firearm, guns, weapons, or ammunition. Anything you have must be immediately surrendered to the nearest police department upon your release from custody. Any receipt must be filed with the receipt.
No puede estar en tenencia, no puede comprar, no puede utilizar, no puede portar armas, armas de fuego ni munición. Cualquiera de esas cosas que usted tenga, incluido un permiso de portar arma oculta, debe entregarlo en el departamento de policía más cercano y entregar el recibo en el tribunal.
You are prohibited from having direct or indirect contact with the following alleged victims. Initial CC, date of birth 5/21/1976, and initial TC 10/25/19 73. That
Tiene usted, se le prohíbe tener absolutamente ningún contacto con las siguientes víctimas, cuyas iniciales, la primera es CC, nacida el 21 de mayo del 76, y PC, víctima nacida el 25 de octubre del 73.
That contact includes in person, writing through third parties, through social media, through any means. You are also at least 500 feet away from them, their person, their place of employment, their residence, or anywhere they may be.
El contacto está prohibido en persona, por teléfono, a través de terceras personas, a través de las redes sociales, de cualquier otro método electrónico. Debe mantener 100 pies mínimo de distancia de su persona, de su domicilio, de su trabajo.
Do you have any questions with respect to anything I've just said?
¿Tiene alguna pregunta con respecto a lo que le acabo de decir?
No va donde yo estoy, donde yo vivo, ¿qué sucede?
¿Perdón? I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
Si la persona va donde yo, a mi domicilio.
So what happens if the person comes over to the place I'm staying at?
They shouldn't be going to where you stay, okay?
Ellos no deberían ir a donde usted se esté quedando.
If they live there, then I have to modify this to allow you to return to the property to get your personal belongings. But I want to be very clear here. The only one who can get in trouble for violating this order of pretrial release conditions is you. So I strongly urge you to comply with everything I've just said.
Ahora bien, si estas dos personas que mencionamos, las iniciales, son las que viven ahí, entonces yo tengo que modificarle la orden de alejamiento que le acabo de dar a usted para incluirle permiso para regresar una sola vez acompañado a la policía a recoger sus pertenencias. Pero tiene que tener usted muy claro que el único que se mete en problemas si viola esta orden de alejamiento es usted. La orden de alejamiento es a favor de esas personas y en contra de usted. ¿Entendió?
It looks like they live in the same apartment building.
Yes, Your Honor. Based on my review of the A-form, victim 1 did provide to the police that she no longer lives in that apartment complex, but victim 2 lives in that apartment complex. It's not same unit, but same complex.
Porque la fiscalía dice que tiene comunicación con la víctima número 1 que dice que ya se mudó de ahí, no vive ahí, pero la víctima número 2 parece que vive en el mismo complejo de apartamentos, no es la misma unidad, pero sí en el mismo reparto.
You're not in the same unit, so that's fine. You have to stay at least 500 feet from them at all times. If your doors are right next to each other, I strongly urge you to find another place to be. Okay?
Usted tiene que mantener un mínimo de 500 pies en todo momento de esa persona. Si se cruza con esa persona, lo que le estoy diciendo es que usted se tiene que alejar, no puede mantener menos de 500 pies de distancia de esa persona.
But you won't be able to do house arrest at his home if the alleged victim lives in the complex.
O que no va a poder cumplir arresto domiciliario en la supuesta vivienda si la víctima supuestamente vive en el mismo reparto.
Can he return to obtain his belongings from his apartment, Judge?
That's fine. I'm happy to check that box off.
A petición de la defensa, el juez va a marcar la casilla donde pone que usted va a tener permiso de regresar una sola vez a recoger sus pertenencias.
You have to go with law enforcement, all right, sir? It's incumbent upon you to coordinate that visit with the nearest police department.
Usted tiene que coordinar el ir una sola vez a ese domicilio acompañado de la policía a recoger sus pertenencias.
All right, let's call the next individual. Avenir Ferrer Gonzalez, F259397.
And Your Honor, just to update you, I was informed that Detective Diaz from earlier is on the line for the case of Avila and Carter.
We'll call that case next. All right, but I'm going to call for Gonzalez first. All right. Mr. Ferrer Gonzalez, you were charged with 1 count of possession of cocaine. I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing. Ms. Corey, any probable cause argument?
Spanish, please.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. I didn't see him.
That he was charged with 1 count of possession of cocaine. I'm appointing the public defender's office And I've asked if there's any probable cause argument.
Ok, hay un cargo de tenencia de cocaína contra usted. Le nombro el abogado de oficio que lo va a representar. Vamos a ver si hay algún argumento de motivo fundado para este arresto.
No probable cause argument.
No existe. La defensa no tiene ningún argumento de motivo fundado.
Corey, what are you asking for? Ms. Corey?
A ver qué pide la defensa como fianza.
Ms. Corey?
He's lived here in Miami for the last year and 3 months. I would ask for pretrial services.
In addition to pretrial services plus with an alternate of 2,500?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, pretrial services alternate 2,500.
Sin objeción de la fiscalía y a petición de la defensa, le conceden los servicios de liberación sin costo alguno. Como fianza alternativa, tiene $2,500 de fianza.
We have Jason Jerome Carter. We're here for PCH on this case.
Can we verify that Detective Diaz is
Is it Detective on? Detective Diaz. Yes, he is. Sir, can you turn your camera on?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Diaz has been charged with 1 count of possession of controlled substance, suspected meth, 2 counts of possession with the intent to sell, manufacture, deliver fentanyl, 1 count of driving while license suspended with 3rd or subsequent conviction. All right. Mr. Diaz or Detective Diaz, I can't see you. If you can please turn your camera on. Thank you. If you can please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. All right. Thank you, sir. Start by telling me your full name and position with the department. Sir? Detective.
Yes, my name is Alberto Diaz, and I'm a police officer with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office.
All right. State.
Thank you, Judge. Detective Diaz, were you the lead officer in this case?
Carter's case? No, sir.
Okay, how were you assigned to this case?
I was one of the responding units during the search warrant.
Okay, and what was your role in this case?
Regarding Carter's case, I observed the bag of narcotics on the dashboard of the defendant's vehicle in plain view.
And what did the defendant state to you, if anything?
He didn't make any statements to me, sir.
Okay, and how were you able to determine that those drugs belonged to him?
The vehicle belonged to the defendant.
Okay, and how did you determine there was probable cause for an arrest on this defendant?
You're gonna have to ask the lead, sir. That was my involvement regarding that case.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Corey?
So you indicated there was 1 bag found in the car?
There was 1 bag that I saw in plain view.
Okay. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Ms. Corey. What argument do you have?
Judge, at this point, I would ask you to find probable cause for 1 count of simple possession, Judge.
And what's your argument, Ms. Corey?
The officer testified that he saw 1 baggie in the defendant's car.
Well, okay, but I have an arrest form that has a search of the residence revealed following narcotics: 1 bag suspected meth, more or less 1 gram of suspected meth, and then 2 bags of more or less half a gram of suspected fentanyl.
Correct. And when we were here yesterday, Judge Milian reviewed the arrest form, found that there was insufficient probable cause, asked the officer to come in for a probable cause hearing. The officers come in here for a probable cause hearing and indicated that there was 1 baggie found in Mr. Carter's car. So I would ask you to find probable cause for 1 count of possession of a controlled substance.
Okay. Response?
Yes, Your Honor. So clearly that was just what was found in the car, a search warrant that was granted by a judge who found probable cause to issue the search warrant, allowed this officer to go in the home and find additional drugs that ended up belonging to the defendant. And obviously fentanyl is a Schedule 1 drug. It's an F1.
All right. Anything else?
Yes, Judge, there's nothing indicating that Mr. Carter lives in the residence. His address is a different residence on the arrest form. So there's nothing tying Mr. Carter into anything that's alleged in the arrest form. And Judge Milian has already reviewed the arrest form and indicated there was insufficient information in the arrest form to tie Mr. Carter to the allegations in the arrest form.
Right. Anything else? Let me actually, I do have a question for Detective Diaz. Do you have any involvement in the execution of the search warrant in the property?
Yes, Your Honor.
You do?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me how the property was tied to the defendant?
So I'd like to know that the defendant was observed driving the vehicle into the property by other members of my squad. What I stated regarding that bag of meth, there were other narcotics found inside during the search warrant that were located by other team members from my squad.
Do you know that was his property? Was he the only person on that property?
I'm sorry?
Do you know that was his property?
It was inside the vehicle that is registered to the defendant.
Wait, so you're
The
saying
bag of meth and the two narcotics in the arrest warrant that were found inside the defendant's vehicle.
Okay, the arrest form says they were found inside the residence.
No, Your Honor, they're in the defendant's vehicle.
Okay.
The bag of meth was on the dashboard. The two baggies of fentanyl were found in the trunk.
Okay. All right. Ms. Corey, with that being said, do you wish to change your position?
So Judge, at best, that would be possession of two different controlled substances, simple possession of meth, simple possession of fentanyl. Nothing with regard to any intent to sell or distribute.
Okay, because there is multiple baggies found, I am finding probable cause as well. 4 counts. Let me ask, what is the state requesting?
Senator Bond, Your Honor.
Is 2,500 number for count 1, 15,000 for 2 and 3, and then 2,500 for count 4.
That is correct.
Judge, that would be over defense objection. 2 baggies in a trunk with no independent sale activity does not indicate any intent to sell.
Ms. Corey, I already found probable cause. What are you requesting for? Do you have any argument as to the amount?
The amount of bond? Yes, Judge. How about $1 for $2,500 for count 1, $2,500 for count 2, $1 for count 3, and $150 for count 4. The judge found probable cause for the driving while license suspend a misdemeanor for the traffic charge.
2,500 on count 1, 7,500 on count 2, 7,500 on count 3, and 2,500 on count 4. Yeah, and you know what? I'm actually also going to put a nebula on it. Oh, nebula. Aaron Dion Tomlin. All right, Mr. Tomlin, you have an added charge of retail theft with a prior conviction, case 9358, and then retail theft with a prior conviction in 9357. I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing. Any probable cause argument?
Yes, Judge, for 9358 should be at best probable cause for petty theft with 2 or more convictions. And same for 9357.
Why not retail? The argument is to not retail.
I'm sorry, Judge?
What's the argument as to not retail?
It just indicates that he has prior convictions. Doesn't indicate that he has prior retail convictions.
Okay, response?
I mean, Your Honor, he has extensive convictions for petty theft. I mean, I'm not seeing any for retail theft, but I mean, there's at least a dozen convictions here for petty theft. He served various sentences throughout the years for similar charges, some for grand theft, some for petty theft.
So this is gonna be a retail theft. I'm gonna find probable cause for retail theft.
The state isn't even arguing that there's prior retail thefts. They're saying he has prior petty thefts, which is the petty theft with 2 or more convictions, Judge, which would be a 3rd-degree felony.
Okay. Okay. Would this qualify as a retail theft without prior convictions?
The amount is $145. No, Judge.
So this would be. What would this be then?
Wait, why is this not retail theft?
Be a 3rd-degree felony, Judge. Petty theft with 2 or more convictions.
What does the statute say for retail theft? It says individually in concert with somebody else, which may occur through multiple acts of retail theft in which the amount of individual theft is aggregated within a 120-day period to determine the value of the stolen property is $750 or more.
So it's about the amount, Your Honor.
The amount and the time. I mean, it is over 1,061.
Right. The items were valued at over $1,000. And this is from Walgreens.
Okay, hold on, Ms. Corey. I think that collectively, aggregate, there is more than $1,000 worth of theft. So it might qualify for 3rd-degree felony. That would be retail theft under 8A.
So you're gonna split the bond among the 2 cases, Judge?
On the 2 cases.
Pardon?
On the 2 cases. Do you have any issue with that?
No, Judge, not if you split the bond among 2 cases. That's fine.
I'm going to find EC as to retail theft. Under 8A. Okay, state what you're requesting.
Your Honor, we're asking for a bond to be set at $10,000. His extensive priors for similar crimes. He has extensive convictions and sentences. He has numerous open felonies for retail theft and petty theft. And he recently just took a conviction with CTS for petty theft, a felony because of his 2nd or more conviction back on February 20th, 2025.
You're asking 10,000 in each case?
Are we setting for all cases?
And then I have to set per count.
Okay, per count, then I would ask 5,000 each count. Or well, actually, wait, I'm sorry, that's incorrect. 7,500 each count, standard bond.
This is right.
$2,500, Judge, each count.
I'm going to split the babies and do 5,000 each count. These are added charges. I'm also entering a stay away. Sir, you're going to stay away from Walgreens located at 12711 Southwest 200th Street, Miami, Florida 33177. Do you understand?
Your Honor, can you be held on a felony hold since he has
no, these are added
charges. I'm sorry, Your Honor. What was the bond on both cases?
I think I said 5,000 in each count.
Thank you.
Okay. I have Jarvis Gregory Winkfield. Or Wink?
Winkfield.
Added charges.
All right, sir. These are added charges in case ending 371, you got 1 count of petty theft, 2 or more convictions. In case ending 370, you got petty theft, 2 or more convictions. In case ending 369, you've got retail theft. In case ending 368, you've got petty theft, 2 or more convictions. So appointing the public defender's office to represent you in all your cases. Any PC argument?
No, Judge.
Okay. And finding probable cause on all 4. Date, what are you requesting?
We're gonna be requesting. Oh, he has multiple open felonies. We're gonna be asking.
Elevated bonds?
5,000 for each.
Okay. Miss Corey?
C3.
No, it's good.
Judge, I would ask if you would be willing to consider
Sorry, what?
$1,500 each count, Judge.
Finding probable cause in all cases, it's gonna be $5,000 each. On each count.
2,500.
5,000 on each count. And there's also gonna be a stay waiver on case ending 368. Sir, you were to stay away from Fresco y Mas, 18302 Southwest 137th Avenue, Miami, Florida, 33177. Do you understand? You understand, sir?
Yeah, I understand.
All right, thank you. All right. We'll do one more case and then I'm going to short break. Do we have Roberto Enrique Garcia Mucaran? Macurán.
Spanish, please.
Okay. Sir, you are charged with 1 count of aggravated battery and calling the public defender's office to represent you for purposes of this hearing.
Agresión física con agravantes es el cargo del que está acusado. Señor, le nombro el abogado de oficio que lo va a representar.
Okay. Any probable cause argument?
Yes, Judge. I'd ask you to find probable cause for simple battery at best. Although Mr. Garcia Macaron indicated to police that he was acting in self-defense as he believed the alleged victim was going to strike him.
El argumento de motivo fundado en la defensa es que como mucho le acusen de agresión física simple, no con agravantes, ya que el señor alega que estaba actuando en defensa propia cuando pensó que la otra persona era la que le estaba atacando a él.
There's no serious bodily injury.
I'm sorry.
There is no serious bodily
Y
injury.
no hay ninguna lesiones graves a nadie.
Response?
What are you doing? According to the 4 corners of the form, it seems that the officer who was there and responded to the scene looked at the totality of circumstances and the injury inflicted on the victim and determined that aggravated battery was the appropriate charge. One dispute, they can, have to do so, but at this point, I think the 4 corners.
What is the great bodily injury? Great bodily harm is what the statute says. Permanent disability or disfigurement.
Says laceration, swelling, and deeper stitches.